It's a bunch of stupid fucking shit. Play Balboa Fun Zone album by Adolescents.
Balboa Fun Zone by the Adolescents on Amazon Music.
Sorry. No tack. Yo, what's going on? At the beach. The Cleveland Browns, bro. Yeah, I don't even know why, man. The obscure Cleveland Browns Vic became the thing. Play Chiva by D.I.
Here's Chiva by D.I.
There you go.
Amazon Music.
Don't be afraid to slam down. Play Just Like Before by the Adolescents.
Here's Just Like Before by the Adolescents on Amazon Music.
Yo, you probably went out there to join in, didn't you? I want to talk to Tooth, but hey. We yelling, we fight to no end. Excuse me. Why not just live over the fan? Shit, it's the fan once again. Play on, stay on, just like billions of times before. Play on. Goes the wild. We yelling, we fight till no end. Sorry about that. Play Every Day by Rick Agnew.
I couldn't find that on Amazon.
No. Play Every Day by Rick Agnew, please.
Here's Every Day by Rick Agnew.
Yep.
On Amazon Music.
There we go. Want you every day. Need you every day. In that special way. Want you every day. I need you every day. Want you every day. Need you every day. In that special way. Need you every day. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, join in, man. That's what the joining link's for. That's what it's for. Come on in, come on in. I'll drop it again, obviously. I'm three-peating and tree-iterating. But come on in, man. Let's hey, 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 I need you every day. Need you every day. Play The Third Day by Jimmy Cross. Play The Third Day by Jimmy Cross. Really funny, huh? Play The Third Day by Jimmy Cross. Play The Third Day by Jimmy Cross. Play music by Jimmy Smith. Stupid ass. You see? You see? Play music by Jimmy Cross. Play music by Jimmy Cross. Well, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if I'm still even, live or whatever. Because we don't have, we don't have what I was looking at, like the digital Amazon and shit. It all died. We don't have connection. So I don't really know if I'm on the right side of history yet. I really don't know. Nope. Yeah, there's no internet connection, man. So yeah, there's no internet. So I don't know if I'm still here, but there's no internet over here in this house. There's no Wi-Fi or whatever. I hope it's okay. So yeah, I can't play anything on this. Am I still live? Maybe I am on like fucking 5G or whatever, but play music. Yeah, it's dead. It's fucking dead. Isn't that something? All right. Hmm. Please join in, man. I guess I don't have any like internet connection or whatever, so let's just listen to the trapping. Let's go ahead. We're listening to the trappings of style. Go home. Sorry. So we don't have Wi-Fi right now, man. I mean, I don't know what's up with that. Play music by Jimmy Cross. Mm. Look upon me, I'm in a bed. Let's get to the setup, cause come on, little cousin. Oh, come on, join up. I'll silence that. Oh, no, so I can focus. I need old school. Oh yeah, baby. Say hello, say hello. You know, come on up. I'll turn that off. So warriors go. I need your head, baby. I need your skull. Come on up, come on up. I'll silence. Yeah, I'll silence this. Oh. I think we already heard this. Pregnant mothers in Mexico give birth to stillborn monster babies. The head is a pump, too many monsters. Yes. Come on, somebody walk with me. Come on, somebody walk with me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did. So come on in, join in. Cool. Be awesome. There should be no animosity, man. There should be none. Is there one? Uh, I'll definitely be one to find out. Let's see. Let's go. There we are. Play music by Jimmy Cross.
Here's some music by Jimmy Cross on Amazon Music.
There we go. We're deer in the woods. The young doe. Knock 'em down in droves. Oh, yeah. Play Nothing by Jimmy Cross. Let's see if they do that.
I couldn't find nothing, but here is
You
other
couldn't.
music by Jimmy Cross.
Trying my best, man. JoJo. Fucked up. Neurotic. It works if you work it. And if you're feeling bad, call somebody. It feels like going through it. Easy. I'm back on the box again. Well, thinking tired, being sick. Again, it is living. It is find me a new best friend. Back to you. We've been wondering when all soon you went back on me. There's no judgment. We've all done it, but you're in the right place now. So just do the next right thing and don't think about tomorrow. And my best thing brought me here again. And just like that, I'm back on the box. Being sick and tired. Well, hell yeah, Jimmy, man. Let's see what we got over here in the reserves, man.
Your friends will introduce you when you are very young, and soon best friends you quickly will become. And even if you'd rather be alone, he'll never leave your side. Soon you'll try to run, find there is no place to hide. When things are going well, he'll whisper in your ear. And when things are going bad, he's hard not to hear. Try to ignore him and he'll talk through those you love the most. He's a demon disguised as a helpful, friendly ghost. And it started off all in fun, but soon enough it starts affecting everyone. The fortunate find God, but unfortunate for some. It starts with a bottle and ends with a gun. He'll offer you cup, and he'll offer you his bowl. And in exchange you'll give him your everlasting soul. He'll have you sign a contract that you never can break, where in the end you get nothing and everything he'll take. And it started out all in fun, but soon enough you'll be neglecting everyone. The fortunate find God, but unfortunate
for some.
It starts with a bottle and ends with a gun. I curse the day that I ever met you. I'm sorry that I let you be my friend. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Will I ever be the same again? So now that the damage is done, I'll have to accept whatever comes. The fortunate find God, but unfortunate for some. It starts with a bottle and ends with a gun. It starts with a bottle and ends with a gun. Sounds good to me. Bum, bum, bum. Now there's people out walking their dogs, and they're giving dirty looks to me. But I'm just minding my business, getting drunk under this old tree. Now they don't seem to like my music, but I don't really care, you see, 'cause I'm just playing on the Fisher Price Dobro, and it sure sounds good to me. Well, I guess it's time to be going. There's nothing here left to see. I'm not sure how, but I must have made somebody pretty darn angry. Now the cops are here and they're taking my beer. It looks like jail for me. They're just playing on a Fisher Price Dobro and drinking out under a tree. Sorta got it to me. There's a pearly gate and some kind of saint looking straight down at me. Now he don't seem to wanna let me in. I guess hell is just fine with me. I'll just play on this Fisher Price Dobro, even if I can't find me a tree.
Sounds good to me.
I'm just playing on this Fisher Price dobro, and it sure sounds good to me. I don't believe in anything. I only know what I know. Like water's wet, the sky is blue, and when it rains, it makes the grass grow. But believe what you want.
But believe it or not,
Just don't lay it on me.
just don't put it on me.
And for what it's worth, I don't know there is a God, but I know there's a devil on earth. Because I've seen a lot of evil things, and people just look.
Yo, Jack Muzzy, we're listening to Jimmy right now, bro. Let me see if I can find you a better track, bro.
But believe what you
But
want.
believe it or not,
Just don't lay it on
just
me.
don't put it on me.
And for what it's
All right, here we go.
worth,
Here we go. Jack Muzzy, here's a track for you, brother. Trash can Jim right there, brother. What's up? What's up, Jack Muzzy, brother? Fuck the bass, it's not okay. We don't need him anyway. What's up? What's up, my man? Whew. Jack Muzzy's in the house, man. There's more than one way to skin a Jack Muzzy. What's up, Jack? Jack, man, click that link and join in, brother. All you gotta do is have a phone and click the link, bro. I mean, you know, Evan was hung up with his Evan things, you know what I mean? There's more than one way to skin. Oh.
Immediate danger.
It was a hot summer night.
Take your
We were
time,
driving
Jack.
in the boonies, just listening to the radio. Girl by my side, my hand on her thigh with no particular place to go. It was getting hot and heavy. We were steaming up the Chevy, started looking for a place to park. The radio was popping and the engine started knocking. We were stranded in the dark. The trees started swirling, fire filled the sky, and then a light hit us from above. My brain started aching.
I heard the 30 seconds. I still have to say X because I didn't hear it too well. Sorry about that. Hell yeah, bro. Fuck yeah, bro. That'll be awesome, man. Yo, Jack, you're listening to Danny Thompson, man. You know, Dr. Danny Roadkill from hell yeah.
Then somebody pull off 45 and bang, settle it.
It's 8:25, and the only sound I hear is that goddamn clock on the wall. I got the TV on, but there's still no sound at all. But that goddamn clock
down the way.
Well, I'm a birthday away from being 1 year closer to death, and a lifetime away from being one step closer to myself. If I had any strength, if I had any guts, if I had any balls,
Everybody's at all.
I'm gonna blow a fucking hole in that goddamn clock
That
on the wall.
goddamn fucking the wall.
It's 8:26, and the only sound
And the
I
only
hear
is
is
it's
that
that goddamn clock on the wall.
I got the TV on, but there ain't no sound at all.
This is the only one he likes. This is the only Jack Muzzy approved song right here. Duke's Mammy. We're gonna get the Mammy into it though, Jack.
You got me.
Muzzy, my brother. Jack Muzzy, my brother, man.
You hear me all right?
Are you
hear me
using
all right?
a lav mic and headphones, or are you just
Bluetooth. Always
you got a
Bluetooth because
raw
you don't.
dog? Oh yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, hang on. Wait, hold on. I got to reconnect them. I'm only getting one ear.
You got a raw dog, brah. You got a raw dog.
All right. Let's see. It should pick it
There we
back up.
go.
Ah, there we go. Both ears. That's perfect. Now we do
Right?
the beer review thing on Wednesday, so like you can't use your phone because it fucking feeds back and makes it echoes and it's not awesome. What's up,
Nah,
Tutor?
you got a raw dog over here, man. By the way, so that's beer banter, right? Tell all the people, let
Yeah.
them know, man.
Yeah, beer banter on Instagram. I think we're gonna switch from Instagram and do it. I don't know, they want to do it on Twitch, but I don't know. It's just whatever. We drink
I
beer and
shaved today, Jack. Now I feel like a fool. Now I feel
it's
like
just
a fool with your full beard and shit. I always keep my points, but I
Mm.
shaved today, you know, and now I can't even,
You know
stroke
what,
with
buddy?
you.
It's up here is not awesome anymore. So you don't want to be that guy holding on to something that's not there anymore. So I could have it here now.
There
Oh
he goes,
shit!
man. Look at that guy, man. Look at that guy.
Did I just get booted? I do have a beer though. I'm not going to review it, but I needed a beer after work tonight. It was a little rough, buddy. It was a little rough.
Yo,
Not
Jimmy,
awesome.
Jimmy is like he's like at 103 days no drinks.
Man, that's good for him, dude. If you can't,
It is
if you can't, if it starts to affect other stuff, you probably shouldn't do it.
for sure,
Right?
sure.
Right.
Well, yeah, but
Mine,
like
I'm having a nice.
he always gave recovery the full try, and it didn't do anything for him. He has to do it himself,
Yeah.
It's
So
pretty cool that he finally got there. He's finally there. I'm there too.
I'm not
It's
going
lost
into it a
life
lot
and
here,
lost
but my better half stopped drinking like 5.5 years ago, and
yeah.
she'd stopped once before, but it wasn't. So what she said is like she never wanted to do that like the 12 step because she thought that just didn't work for her. But if it works for someone, like awesome, dude. It wasn't her thing,
Right.
Her
Of
thing
course.
was she was like you just got to bottom out and want to quit. That's she's like you're not going to quit until you want to quit.
Well, Jack, I know you're much more of a sensitive soul than I am, and so like, I'm an asshole, but over
I'm an
time,
asshole too, buddy.
it's losing its luster. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like, I know I gotta put it away. Yo, I'm bored all the fucking time. I was born that way, right? But I know I have to put it away because it's losing its luster. I don't enjoy it that much. I need to lose weight. That's like first thing I'm going to do this year. Now I'm 47, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is lose 30 pounds. I'm not trying to talk about it. Talk about it. I'm just going to do it. You'll see. You know,
buddy, more power to you, dude.
right?
We got the gym here in the apartment complex. I went like twice. I got to keep going. It's
Yeah,
I got
yeah. We
I got a
got one
bad
over
lower
here
back,
too.
and it's more like
Yeah,
just stretching, like core stuff. I need to do.
for
I need to
sure,
do it.
bro. Yeah, that's hard stuff, man. That's hard stuff.
I don't want to. You get to our age, man. You sleep funny, and you're like, oh my god. We're like, dude, I know at work, right? When you pick up a keg, straighten your
Right.
back and lift with your legs.
Barback man. That's a hard job right there, brother.
I don't have a bar back. I gotta go fucking do my shit myself, dude.
That's what I'm saying. You do it part time. That's a hard fucking job, dude.
Dude, there's like once every couple months, I will just fuck up and lean down and pick it up with my back, and then all of a sudden, the sciatic gets you down the. Getting old sucks, Joe. Getting
Yeah,
old
I don't
sucks.
know
But
yet,
man, we
Jack,
don't need
but
to.
thanks
We
for telling me.
we,
Since you're
we don't
younger
need.
than me, thanks for telling me that getting old sucks. Thank you, young brother. You know what I mean?
Hey, Joe. You know what you have? You got a
Yes,
nice
sir.
full head of hair up there, dude. You got a nice full thick head of
Yeah,
hair
dude.
up there, buddy.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's better to
yeah.
have
Yep.
snow on the roof than no on the roof.
Well, Jack, I mean, come on, man. I mean, you're fantastic. I'm fantastic. We're never
Uh,
getting old. We're not dying. Whatever.
No.
You're just
So you
going through a phase.
you're streaming all the time on here, man. I see. I don't have. I watch them. This is the first one I caught live. I just happened to click on fucking. I got
Dude,
home and
don't
cracked a
even don't
beer and.
even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. When I hit up people on my phone and I was like, "Can you give me the rest of the subscribers that I need to go live? Because you need 50, right?"
Oh yeah, I,
And
I
I didn't even
immediately
on my
subscribed.
phone. Everybody did. Everybody did. But
Yeah.
they also told me I'm not going to watch your bullshit, and I was like, "That's cool." I
Well,
just
so I
need the
never.
number.
I would never catch them like at the time, but I've gone back and watched some of the ones you've done. Like I probably watched like 20 of your videos,
If you
but
watch
in the
three
entire
of them,
in
if you watch three of them, you're a soldier anyway.
no,
You know what I
I
mean?
probably watched like 20 of them in the entirety, dude.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's like I mean what you're doing here is kind of like what we do on the Instagram, but the Instagram's kind of like it kicks us off every now and then. It does some weird shit, and I don't know. We need to find a new platform, I think, to do the beer
Yeah.
reviews.
Yeah.
Dude, did you see?
Yeah, I don't. I think we're cool. I think YouTube is cool. I mean, again, what we're doing. It was when I started. It was the end of like the IRL, like weird, like go harass people in public, and we'll send you donos or whatever. So it was the end of it when I started, right? So that was kind of funny, but it's still the same corner of people. And then when they
Mhm.
get in here and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm doing crossfade, fucking, you know, uh, uh, what do you call it, lounge or something. I'm getting high. I'm smoking. Nobody's getting arrested. We're all good. You know what I mean? Like this is beautiful what we're doing.
Well, it's
It's
legal
beautiful.
now, right? It's
Yeah,
legal-ish now.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, we have. I quit, Jack. You'll never believe it, dude. I quit for 5 fucking years. I quit smoking weed
Dude, you smoked
because they
more
didn't
weed
have
than anyone.
anything. Oh, I love weed. Jack Muzzy, ever. Jack
I
Muzzy
remember
knows I'm the weed guy. He saw me, before.
I I don't know how it came up. Someone was talking about like smoking weed at work today, and I was like, I swear to God, you came up at work today. I was like, back in the day, man, my buddy, Pretty Joe, had this rule. I think you were probably like 20 or 21. He would smoke an ounce every week, and it didn't matter how much was left on Sunday night. it was going down, or there was a new ounce coming on Monday.
The funniest part was it was an
I
ounce
don't
a
know how
week
that came
and a
up.
gram and a pinch. It wasn't an ounce. It was an ounce, a gram, and a pinch. I had to get a gram and a pinch. You know, like
But
the pinch was the last little bit. You know what I mean? An ounce, a
it was a
gram, and a
bunch
pinch.
it was a bunch of fucking weed though.
Yeah,
It was a
yeah,
lot of
yeah.
weed.
And like yesterday. Yesterday I rolled a joint that was as big as my fucking fat ass pinky. You know, and I put it on a short too. But that was like 4 joints in one. You know what I mean? But whatever, you know. I have to
Dude, I
burn the
will say I
rest of
so
it.
like the bar I work at, we got like a pretty big patio out back and it's nice right now. And so my boss, if he catches you smoking weed out there, like you're banned forever. And it's only because it's not he gives a shit about weed. It's because we have an ABC license and having another controlled substance there is a big problem. So
Yeah,
but
no
I'm the
shit,
one that
dude. No
but
shit.
I'm the one that people push back on when I catch them. And when I walk outside, I catch them like, look, dudes, you're lucky I caught you. I don't give a fuck. I was like, do you see that red fence right there? That's the end of our patio. Walk 2 feet past it and smoke all the fucking weed you want. You just can't smoke it right here. And they're like, well, it's legal. And I'm like, look, dude, I'm not even getting into
That's
that.
what every hotelier in, you know, the history of the world. Usually a bunch of guys who are Indians or Pakistanis or whatever, right? They're like, do whatever the fuck you want out there. Don't bring it in here, you know. Like,
Exactly.
how stupid do you have to be to not
Yeah.
just comply? Just
Go.
comply.
I don't understand the pushback. All you got to do is walk 15 feet that way, and you could fucking. I don't give a fuck if you bring a 6 foot bong and you put it in the grass, as long as it's not over the red fence. I don't care.
Right, right.
And I'm the
Okay,
one that I'm
so
not gonna. I'm not gonna ban you. I'm not gonna kick you out. I don't give a shit. But my boss does, and that's
yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, it used to be really fun. First of all, because you didn't smoke, so you used to be able to harass all of us stoners, you know, into like maybe getting in trouble or doing something dumber. That was
I was
funny. I
very
love that you were on that. You know, I love that.
I was very off and on. I was very off and on with the weed. Like I would do it a
Right.
lot, and then I would maybe not do it for 6 months or a year. Then I would do it. I don't know. It wasn't my thing. I will tell you though, what I do like, Joe.
Yes, sir.
The low dose gummies, like
Yeah, yeah.
a 10 milligram gummy, reminds me of smoking hash. You get that like body buzz, and it's nice. You
Right.
just relax and like it's the low dose gummies are pretty nice.
Holy shit! You just said the low dose body body high, and you know what I thought, right? You know what I thought. I thought about fucking Jimmy and Steve. You know, it's like apples and oranges, man. It's apples and oranges, man.
Guy sucks so.
It was so
Dude, that guy
funny though.
sucks. Like Brian Goon was trying to like I'll talk to him every now and then. He'll drop me a call, and
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I bet he
I mean
will.
Jimmy's
Hey,
like
by the
I was
way, you bought him good shit, dude. You spent real money on good shit for Brian.
oh the boost pedal.
Big on, I mean, good, man. I'm glad. I'm glad. He's very happy. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He said he still wants to buy a 5150, and I was like, dude, you don't need a 100 watt amp in your house.
Right. Right.
That's a lot. You can't use that shit in your house.
Why did he lose what he had? He got rid of his head. He got rid of his old rig.
N- Oh yeah, he got rid of that years ago. I think he was at the end of the 22s, which we're not going to talk about. At the end of that band, I think he was using like some little tube combo amp. But so
Oh, did
now he's
you
got it.
see? I made a short the other day. I was just trying to go through the records. I'm going through the records, and I hit one of those mother box splits, and I'm going through, and I'm like, I'm trying to do this fast enough. Wait a minute. And then I flipped it over and I'm like, oh, the 22s. The motherfuckers kicked me out of my own goddamn band. They played me there and say, oh, okay, bye, everybody. You know, I was so mad, like real quick,
Hey Joe,
real
I'm still
quick.
going
I
to be
was
able to
mad.
hear you. I'm gonna walk to the kitchen to grab a second beer because tonight's one of those nights where I need a second beer. But I could still
Cheers,
hear
bro.
you. So no, the
Cheers, bro.
22s.
Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. No. I mean,
When I was in VPR, we played in Kansas, right by when Brian was living in Kansas, and he
oh
like
yeah, yeah.
so he like shows up to the show, and he was like, I love him, man. He's a real nice guy, but like you got to like give up
I know
25 years ago
Brian.
or
Yeah.
30 years ago or whatever, you know.
Hey man,
So
you know
so he was trying
Brian.
to talk.
Brian,
Oh,
he's from fucking PG Hospital. His mother and my mother spit us out in the same
yeah,
hill. You
same,
know.
yeah.
I
So
gotta love
all
Brian.
right,
You
buddy,
know.
fresh, and I know you probably don't care. But this is a really good German style pilsner from Schilling in New Hampshire.
Why does Jack think I don't care about beer? You know what my favorite beer is, right? It's Elephant. I just can't get it because we live in fucking Virginia, so I just drink whatever from the gas station. You know, that's aged. You know.
When I was the buyer at the craft house, my previous job, it was one of the few times the distro had the elephant, and they were in the tall cans, and I got
Yeah.
it, and I didn't. So I'm like, I knew it was strong. I didn't realize that shit's like almost 9%.
It's a 9%. Yeah, that's the only thing, Jack. You have to understand. My whole life, I can't get it because I live in Virginia, you know. But that's all I want. So I drink 211 all the time. What does 211 taste like? Lamp oil. It's fucking disgusting. You know what I mean? Like I don't even want it.
When we started doing the beer reviews, we did a 40 challenge, and this surprised me. We opened a Hurricane.
Right?
That was like back in the day. That was like when I was out on malt liquor. Was when Hurricane became like the main one. So we drank it.
Sure.
Like it wasn't that like, dude. It's not good. I wouldn't buy one, but I thought it was gonna taste like shit. It wasn't that bad, dude. Like it wasn't
It
that
tastes
bad.
like a hurricane tastes like a Bud Ice. It's basically the same flavor as a
Yeah,
Bud
yeah,
Ice.
it just tastes like regular shitty American lager beer, but with the with the aftertaste. Like the so, anyways, man, I'm sorry I got off track. But so Brian,
No,
we're in
no, it's
fucking
awesome. It's awesome that we're talking about $3 beers, man. Let's
yeah.
be more relatable than
Hey,
anything, you
hey,
know. Let's talk
remember
about
remember
$3 beers.
Paradise Liquors on 13th when the Old English 800 Ice came out and it was 9% and it was a buck and a quarter for a 40? How many of those motherfuckers did we chug behind the asylum?
That's the whole deal, man. Or drinking some Odessa 179 fucking rubbing alcohol, you know what I mean? Like 179, just
I think the
squeeze
worst
Odessa,
thing
man.
I think the worst thing I ever drank behind a show is someone's like, you got to have this. It was Cisco strawberry wine.
Right, right.
Oh,
Yep.
dude, it was so bad. I mean, I drank it anyways, right? Like when you're 17 and you're fucking chugging something behind the asylum, you don't have a choice, you know?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And Cisco, it used to have that like sort of it had a stimulant factor or whatever. They killed
Did
that,
it?
but
Uh,
yeah, it
It
had a
wasn't
stimulant
good.
factor in the beginning, just like Sparks and all that good shit that like Four Loco and all the like. Hey, you want to kill somebody or die tonight? Drink this. Drink two of them. Drink four of them. You know.
I just always thought those
Dude,
things were. The only one of those I liked was the Budweiser Energy, the B to the E, because it just tasted like you poured a Red Bull in a Budweiser. That might have been what it was.
right, 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 right. Well, Red
But
Bull. I
like,
mean, the first time I drank it, I'm like, okay, that's what it. If you take a multivitamin of the day and just
dude,
grind it up and put it in your drink,
it
that's what it
tastes
tastes
so
like.
bad.
Yeah, pretty
I can't
bad,
believe
pretty bad.
people still get that all the time at the bar. We have dudes that are like, they'll drink like 12 Jaeger bombs, and I'm like, I mean, like
Yeah, yeah.
you could just fucking like drink whiskey that tastes better and like buy a half gram of cocaine, and it'll
Yeah,
actually be
because
cheaper for you.
Jaeger is it's like a liqueur, right? It's like fucking 15% in the end of the day, right? Like who the
No,
fuck's
no,
drinking that shit?
so it is a liqueur, but it's like 80 proof. So it is, it's the same as vodka
Oh, it's
or
a 40. Yeah,
gin or
so it's like
whatever,
a
but
vodka.
it don't taste good.
Hell no, man.
But if you're gonna have like 15 of them with Red Bull, just buy a half gram of Coke and drink whiskey. You'll have a better evening. You'll have a better morning. Anyways, so I
I
got
used
off
to
track.
actually take I used to take Mandrake root, right? And then I would buy the mezcal that had one worm in each shot. because if you get a worm in a big bottle, you get one worm, but each shot had a worm,
If
right?
you get the little
And
bottle,
so
had
then I
one.
would get mandrake. I would get mandrake root and I would cut it up with a razor blade and put it in there and just soak them together. And I'd have my little like funny mandrake tequila shots or whatever.
There you go,
Pretty
buddy.
good.
So I
Pretty
got
good,
so
man.
off track. But so so the only time I ever really addressed the 22s to one of the guys at the 22s was Brian, because he had to bring up the 22s
Right.
when we were in Kansas. And I was like, look,
Oh, he
man,
said it. Okay, okay.
he was like, we were awesome. We were better than the Goons. And I was like, first off, dude, your band sucked.
No,
Like, I was like, you
you're
were
not better
okay.
than the game.
I was like, you guys were okay until you got the fucking conga player, and it was so forced, like it was so ridiculously forced. And I was like, also, dude, you acted like you and I were buds, and then you guys wrote a song talking shit about me, like, and then,
Well,
but
I
I
don't
did.
spike my head just to go to shows. I don't care if punks don't respect me just because I dress differently. All that. Well,
So
they went.
Here's the
Listen to
knife I
this.
put in though. I said
Okay.
the only difference between the original Rejects and the early 22s was I was like, you replaced me on guitar, and I was like, I can count to 4 on time, and you can't.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's been a 4-chord player forever. Now, I love Brian. I don't hate to say that or whatever, but he doesn't even know the difference, because I said, don't you understand how it goes? It goes, that's 4. That's 4.
I mean, 4
When it
chords are
does that,
fine,
it
but
goes,
like 4 chords are fine. But when you're when you gotta, like, when the song's in a certain timing and you gotta, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, like you gotta fucking, like, dude, it's not that
he
hard.
I've always said this, I don't take anything away from him, but I always said he is a wind up toy. You have to put it in time as the drummer or whoever, and then he'll play perfectly. But he can't lead that himself. He doesn't have that internal timing. You know what I mean? He's a wind up toy.
I never practiced with a metronome ever, but I was in a band with Kent Stax for 3 years. That's pretty much like
Yeah.
practicing with a metronome.
Dude,
Like,
Ken Stacks, I mean, you played with
if you
him
tried
for
to run,
years, But listen,
if
just
you
like playing with him myself in a rehearsal for 3 days was like so informative to me. He had the roots, you know what I mean? Like I understand scream, you know what I mean? Like I know, and he had the roots, and so just 3 jam sessions with him on the drums, no pretensions. He's just playing with us. That informed
human,
me so much about the roots of our DC music and shit like that.
so
Because
I've been
I
in.
love like the Tom Lyle and the GI and all the mid 80s, their aspirational shit, where they took Rockville Records or whatever and they went to LA and they tried to bring
So you like
themselves up. My favorite thing
you
in the
like
world.
the post hardcore G. It's a weird to say.
87.
Yeah. Like the giant record shit where they were. It got a little
Giant
bit more out there.
Rockville, it's all, yeah.
It got a little more
Homestead.
out there, but all those dudes could
Yeah.
fucking play though.
Yep. Yep.
All those
Well, I
dudes
mean,
could
that's
play.
what I'm saying. It's just the sweetness of hardcore that you didn't really realize or whatever. Every time I keep going to this Alexa and I'm like, can you play Trust by 7 Seconds? They can never do it. I just
They
want
don't
to
have
hear
it on
that.
there.
Nah,
Oh,
I
dude,
mean,
we had so we
they
had
do. They have the
I
crew,
didn't hear
but
it.
they just
I didn't
do.
hear it, but I would have put this guy. We had like these 3 dudes sitting at the top of the bar, like, right. So I was the last one in tonight. I was the 7 p.m. to close bartender. I come in, these 3 guys
Yes,
sitting in the
sir.
first seats, like total douchers. So like they kept playing shit on the Touch Tunes jukebox, and Daniel made a comment before I got there. He was like, "Oh, great, we get to hear Pearl Jam again." And the guy's like, "What? You don't like Pearl Jam?" And Daniel was like, "Look, dude."
PGA, bro.
He was like, dude, music is it's subjective, right? Uh, Everyone's got a different opinion. I was like, but he was like, I think those guys invented butt rock, and like, I just don't dig it. So I guess this guy's in some band or something, and he was like, "Well, you don't live and breathe and all this," and like he said in like the fucking lamest shit. And I wish I would have heard it because I would have been like, "Why do you got to
Yeah,
be a
man.
douche, man?" And just because you play in
That
some band
sounds
doesn't
like
mean,
you could make that a bunch of intros to like my next grindcore project. This guy like
yeah,
talking all this shit. He's like, dude, they give butt rock a bad name. He's like rolling up his jeans while he says so. You know what I mean? It's
dude.
like, oh, they give butt rock a bad name, dude.
And it so what Daniel told me that was like an hour later. I was like, we're gonna fuck with this guy. I was like, did Weird Al ever do like a Creed or a Pearl Jam or anything like that? So Coop that I worked with and looked it up. Weird Al had a song called Butt Rock Anthem, and I guess it
Right?
was on
I
the
didn't
one.
even. Oh, boy.
It was on the one Weird Al album that wasn't on our jukebox, and I was like, God damn it! Why don't we have Butt Rock Anthem? Like I want to. And also, dude, like
Right,
you play music. That doesn't mean your opinion's any more valid.
right, right. Man, Jimmy and I, it was pretty funny because we were over here at the Classic Acts. They put a shop up in Atlas Walk over here in Gainesville, and Jimmy was a teacher. He was a
Hmm.
guitar and band and whatever.
Not
Anyway,
drums.
I had to get a guitar because I had all Epiphones, and so like all of the rhythm was covered, but like the melody, like meadly melody, I
Do you
couldn't
still
do
have
it.
the
It was too
Univox?
muddy. Yeah, I still have the uniforms. Yeah, but no, I this time I bought a Dean. I had to buy a guitar that had that had a high register, like really clear, like metal tone or whatever. So I bought a
Hmm.
Dean. But the kid I bought it from was a real happy guitar player, whatever, whatever. And he was always like, "Oh, I know you know him," blah blah blah. But he was real like reserved. Then one of these shows we go to see. I think it was shit, man. It was Cop Stabber and
My buddy
and
Jeff Knowles.
right,
You
yeah, yeah,
you remember
Jeff, yeah,
Knowles?
Jeff the drummer, yeah, Jeff the drummer. Fuck yeah, dude.
He started the
Jeff
Muff Men.
was such he was such a Rejects fan. You know what I mean, Jeff. But
I love
anyways,
that
we
guy.
we played this show, or we went to this show, and like, dude was playing guitar in like this really really cool like pop punk band, and he was so embarrassed that he saw us, like even Jimmy, his
The
coworker, but
guy
he
that
was
sold
so
you the
embarrassed.
Dean. The guy that
What's
sold
that?
you the Dean
Yeah,
was
the guy
embarrassed
that
to
told
see
me
you.
the Dean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because he was like, I know you know Jimmy, and he was all like, ha, ha, and like all like reserved. And he was just playing in this like pop punk band that was fucking
It was
fantastic.
awesome though. You
And
said right.
both of us were there, and he was actually embarrassed. And we're like, dude, you kick ass, dude. you know.
What was he playing after he sold you his Dean?
His was like it was probably a Les Paul copy. It looked like an Epiphone Les Paul, if that makes sense.
Some of those are really nice. If you get like some of the higher end ones. Oh,
Yeah.
hang on, man. I'm gonna grab my. I'm just gonna show you. I had a lot of work done to my number one, which
Right.
I saved all the original shit, so I'd never sell it. But like, I totally devalued this guitar, but in a good way for me. Hang on.
It's
I
got
could. You could keep
that's one
talking though.
with
I could
gold
still.
hardware, dude. You got one with gold hardware?
No, no, no. I had one years ago with gold hardware. The Slap Happy's
Yeah,
guitar.
I
I broke
remember
that
that.
shit. Yeah.
I know you're
So
the
you
king
remember
of
when
the
I got the.
humbuckers, man.
So you remember the at the end I got that brown SG.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I had. I'm coming back in now. It was the
I know you're the king of the
dark
humbuckers, man.
brown with
That's what I remember.
the black pickguard. So I took the neck pickup out because like, do you think I ever use that? So I put I don't know
Right.
if you could tell, it's like a pearl pickguard on it, and
I
then
see it.
the toggle's just a kill switch
Hold
now. But
on. I saw
I
all
got
that
a
I saw all that shimmer, but here you go. Here you go. Do it again. Yeah.
yeah, I got a custom poker chip because the band I'm in now is Rise to Fi. It's just a kill switch though. Rise, and Defy on the kill switch,
Rise and
and then
Defy. So
I had a
that's not a. It's an off. It's a kill switch. So when you go up,
yeah, it
it's
just
off.
kills it. Yeah, when you're up, it's off. When you're down, it's on. And then like I had
Right.
some, I was like, why not? So if I need a little bit extra, this is the EMG Carry King booster. So it's a little lame. There's a battery in my guitar, but it's only if you need to kick it. So if I need a little bit extra, I just flip that switch and I got 20 more decibels, which doesn't make it
And
louder.
I
It
saw that
gives it a
you
little more
actually
gain.
met when you were working. You met Kerry King outside of your bar. Yeah.
He was in the bar. Yeah, he was in the bar, and
Yeah.
Kerry
Right.
King was exactly what we'd
Right.
expect, dude. He had a cheeseburger and 3 Jägermeisters and an iced tea. Exactly what you would
Right on,
expect.
man. Cool.
I knew
Cool.
he was short though, but I
Man.
didn't know he was that short.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't even know he was short. You know, but
Oh,
they're
he's
always
real
standing
short.
up
Yeah,
on the monitors, Jack. They're always.
yeah.
You're
Because
a tall guy. Nobody even knows
the
how tall you are. You know.
the picture of him and I, like, so we're only waist up, but you can see I'm like, you don't know, I'm kind of like crouching a little bit, to, like, not like I was
That's what I was
like
doing to like way out, like.
I'm like a slightly above average height guy, and I was considerably taller than Kerry King.
Right on, right on. Well,
Are
man,
you playing
you
with
know,
anyone now? What you got some music shit going on?
um, no, but next time Jimmy lets me go over there, I got like shitloads of shit to record. We always
You got
talk
some
about it, you know. So he's got his songs, I got my songs. You know what I mean? So
I'm gonna guess they're very different.
yeah, the styles are different. Yeah, the styles are different, but the aim is the same, and like whatever. So yeah, it isn't like that. I mean, I'm the person who I could put out a record like in a month. He's not gonna do that, you know. He's just gonna keep uh just
We
keep I don't know what you call it, like just keep racking up his shit and racking up more songs and racking up more songs, and he's been doing these great like really blatant songs recently, you know what I mean? Because I mean whatever you guys got, right? Beef or love or blood or whatever.
yeah, it's
That's
nothing, man.
fine.
Just some people you
Yeah.
don't need anymore. You know what I mean? Like some
Yeah.
people, like,
Yeah.
you know, I got enough fucking friends.
And that's, hey man, I never have enough time for my best of friends, so I don't want to cut anybody out to waste time with somebody
Mm,
who's going to be a dick, you know. Anybody who's
agreed.
going to drag my time is useless. I don't
That's kind
have
of where I'm
enough
at.
time
Yeah.
for my best friends, you know.
We got the
So,
Joe. I got the record coming out in 3.5 weeks.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we got the Rise to
You
Five
guys,
record. It's the I haven't heard the so I've heard the digital because it was mastered twice. Because for
okay,
digital you got to master it differently than you do for vinyl. So
yeah,
Dave got the
RIAA curve, RIAA curve, right?
yeah Dave got the test pressings back today for the vinyl, and he said they sound good. So cool.
Cool,
So we're gonna go
cool.
ahead with it. So we got May 15th. We got the release show coming out, and it's weird. So I've never seen this before. We're doing it's a 12-inch. It's 8 songs,
Uh-huh.
but it's gonna be at I think it's gonna be at 45
45?
RPM, not 33 and a third RPM.
45, yeah, yeah.
I've
Yeah,
never seen
33.
a full size record at 45 RPM before.
Um, Dave did
Apparently, it
that with
makes it.
Nervous Impulse. Nervous
Oh,
Impulse
did
had
he?
the blue
Okay.
one. Yeah.
It was that was a 45. So I only had that on digital.
I have theirs and I have the remember how like that Bridge 9 company picked them up later. So I have three of them from Dave, like the blue.
Mm.
He put them in a vinyl, like a clear vinyl cover with like maybe a sticker or something, and it was Nervous Impulse, and it was 45, so it was timed as well, so that end, like the number, like the lines on the end, they went like all fucking whacking you too. By the way, it was really good. It was a really good production. But I have that, and then I have the Bridge 9 version, which is like, I think it's yellow vinyl, and it has inserts and all this different stuff. But
A little
yeah,
fancier.
Dave. I
I'll,
mean,
I'll tell you,
obviously the Dave original.
I
The
was
Dave
not keyed
original,
into
I bought
our
3 of them immediately. I bought 3 of them. They were great, He's good.
I was not put in the loop for the artwork, and I'm not happy about the artwork. But whatever. It's you know what, man. The artwork's not.
You don't like what you're getting? You don't like your fucking record cover? That's funny as hell, Jack.
You know what it is, buddy?
I love it.
It's a. I fucking made fun of him. I was like, did we rip off Spinal Tap or Metallica? It's a black, all black cover that just says "Rise Defy," and then the back.
No,
The back,
no.
like he had a guy when we were in the studio take like professional pictures of us outside, which you could have used one of those. It's a
Right,
picture from
right.
it's a picture from a sound check where no one's even on the stage together. Like there's like I'm like because I'm the only guy in the band with a wireless, so when we sound if the opportunities we sound
Right,
check when shit's mic'd, I walk out front so I could hear how everything sounds because someone needs to be able to do that.
right, right.
It's a fucking picture from a sound check, dude. Like, what are we doing? Like, but the artwork, right? Like, the artwork doesn't matter. Like, someone might buy a record because the
It
artwork's
never
cool.
does. Like you said, you were just saying, well, I only have digital forms anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rise to 5 Part 2 is going to be Smell the Glove.
Man, let's, I was like, I'll buy a bass. Let's cover fucking Big Bottom. No, man, I love those guys too, man. And Paul was like one of my, our drummer, Paul, man, that is my fucking dude. That guy's, you probably remember, you might have seen, like, he was in, Police and Thieves, and he was in oh, God, the other band, Bleeder Resistor.
He was
And
in
I know
what?
he was in Police and Thieves, that band, and he was in Bleeder Resistor, who was they were like, they were
No,
cool.
I don't remember it specifically, but it's Paul, a drummer. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
friendly. I just don't
Yeah,
remember.
and he's a normal drummer, which is it's fucking kind of rare. Like
Yeah, yeah, they're usually
rest
like,
in peace,
yeah,
Ken Stacks. Rest in peace, Ken Stacks, the
right
best
on.
drummer I'll
Yeah,
ever
Ted
play with.
Stacks was a normal drummer. Yeah, yeah, he was a
No,
stable person.
Kent was a little bit weird of a dude. He was awesome, but he was a little bit weird of a dude, man.
A lot more
But he was
stable than
awesome.
a lot of the drummers you get, man.
Yes.
You want to play some? You said you wanted to get set up, man.
Nah,
I know you live in an apartment, but so do I. So do I.
I'm just holding it. It's too late. I'm not gonna. Plus, it won't pick up right. I'm on the Bluetooth. I just wanted to show you because this is. I know you saw it like the last Slap Happy show. This is the same guitar, but it's different now.
Right, right,
It's
right,
like
right.
that's gone. I mean, I would never sell it. For me, that's like tailored to exactly what I want. But if
Yeah,
someone, if I were to sell it, they'd be like, "You fucked that guitar up." But I still have the old pick guard, the other pickup, and I still have the other 2 pots and the knobs. I could put all that shit back in if I wanted to, but I'll never sell it.
right. Yeah, well, I still got my Univox over here, man. That's not what I
I love
mess
that
with. I
guitar.
just mess with my. Usually, I just write stuff on an Epiphone SG that I have, but there's only 4 strings on that. So
Well, you had 4 strings
recently,
when I first met you. You had 4 strings on your guitar when you were in the Tranquilizers.
I had 5 strings on the guitar, and I had a 6-string bass that I also turned to 5, and I had a 3-string bass. So the Slap Happies, I basically played on that 3-string bass. I was on the odd strings.
Didn't you get a 5? I thought you had a 5 string towards the end. You had a
I
black
did,
bass,
yeah,
right?
I did, yeah, yeah,
With
yeah.
5.
Black. What the fuck was it? Oh, it was. I got it on purpose. It was an LTD because they put the 5th string on the bottom and they had more length for it. It was an LTD. But you only get
Those are
6 extra tones. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like a 5-string bass is
no,
not a big deal.
no. We when I was in VPR, Chris, before he left, he took a little time off, and my buddy John uh, filled in on bass for a while, and he had a 5 string, and there was a show we were playing, and we're like, "Well, Chris, you're here. We haven't like you got to come up and play a few." He was so confused
Right.
about. We were like, "Dude, just it's a bass, dude. Just don't." Oh, so that extra string, you just don't need to touch it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was like, John uses it because he likes to drop down a couple and make it a little bit heavier on some certain parts. But I was like,
Yeah.
you play it the same. Just imagine it's not there. And he was so
Just
confused.
forget about it. Yeah. Forget about it. Do
He
that
was,
Johnny
dude,
Cash shit.
he was
That
so
Johnny Cash shit
confused, dude.
where they just pluck the top string. You know what I mean? They don't play the top string. They just so that it
It
puts
was
in
like
that
percussion.
extra punch. You know? Yeah. Yeah.
They used it for percussion, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like
They would just,
what is it called? The $1 Million Band or whatever. When those motherfuckers played, you know, they did that shit. So that was awesome,
mm-hmm,
man.
mm-hmm. Man,
Cheers,
I
man.
did
I
it.
just got a regular here, but you know, and I got another big ass fucking. This tastes like sweet tarts. I don't know why, man. I've been rolling up this weed and it tastes like sweet tarts with no sugar, man.
So my girl, when she gets weed, she is all about like she'll get the ounce, but she wants 8 different eighths in the ounce because she gets bored of
Oh
the same
boy,
weed.
yeah, dude, they want to kill you, man. When you ask them for different strains in a little bag, and you still want to
No,
pay
no.
the bulk price.
No, so she goes to the she doesn't have the weed card, but her mom does, so she could pick up for her mom. So she'll get eight
Right,
eighths, and it's like I don't know, it's like $180 for the ounce, or $160 for the ounce, or something.
right, right,
But
right.
she just gets bored of the same ones, and I was like, I was like, weed is so confusing now. Back in the day,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
just like, is it swag, is it mid, or is it strong? It's like
Oh
mid
yeah,
grade doesn't
remember
exist
when we
anymore,
had
right?
Kind Bud? It was like, oh, we have Kind Bud, and it was like, oh, shut up. Everybody was like, that's gonna be loud. You know, that was
That's
a expression that came around. You know, but if you
that's just
said, oh,
regular
it's the
weed now.
Kind Bud, yeah, you say
That's
it's the
just
Kind,
regular weed.
everybody was like, I'll take it. I'll take it. 140 an
Although
ounce.
I did see you occasionally get because like these fucking things listen to you when they're sitting there. And I was a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to her. She was going to pick up from the place, and
Right.
I get a targeted Instagram ad for some place dispensary in DC. It was like home of the $80 ounce, and it's like that's got to be the only swag you could get on the planet right now. But that swag's probably like what we used to call mids back in the day, you know?
Well, yeah, that's the deal. That's the deal. Okay, so they went in DC and they fucking gutted out, you know, gift for what is it called? Gift for donation economy, right?
Yeah, you
But
gotta
the
buy a pair of socks
competition
for.
is it's basically like this. You're not gonna pay over $120 an ounce. hundred and
Oh
twenty
no,
dollars an ounce right now.
there's some places that are crazy expensive.
Oh, they want
My
to charge it, but you don't have to pay it. Like you have to tell, you know, like you don't go to the dispensary beyond hello. We have one. You know what I mean? You don't go there
oh, we
because
got a
it's
bunch of them around
$75
here.
a quarter. Huh? Yeah,
We
we
got
only
a
have one. We only have one.
that's where Sarah goes. She goes to the Sterling one, but the one in Fairfax, it used to be a Rite Aid or a Walgreens or something, right where 123 hits 29. Like it's on the dude, it's fucking enormous. Sarah went to that one once and she was like, holy shit. Like it was like a weed grocery store. It
Right,
was
right.
insane.
It's insanity, dude. It's insanity,
And
dude.
I guess there's a legal weed place in Herndon right now, but like it's in the town of Herndon, and I think the mayor is one of the investors in it, so no one's fucking with them.
Right, right.
But it's like, dude, it's and there was one there before that, and they were fine until they started getting hot and like smoking joints on the sidewalk in front of it, and then like they had to do something. So I guess
Oh well,
this new one, they're like, take it, get the fuck out of here, and then smoke it. You know, like
Jack,
But
Jack,
the
you
first
know,
one was
I'm from Maryland, right? I'm from Maryland, like 3 miles from the capital, right?
buddy, you're
Motherfucking goobers
PG.
around there. Those motherfucking goobers around there, they're like, oh, it's legal. They stick like two up each nostril and shit. They just start smoking. They're like, it's legal. They go everywhere. They go to the doctor's office. It's legal. You know, you just can't act like that, guys. You can't act like that, man.
But it's
You
only
know,
right.
like
But like, so a cop would have to be a dick to like, right? It's just a fucking Virginia's
right.
weird. So it's medical only, but you're allowed to like have up to an ounce, and you could grow 4 plants for each adult in your house,
And you
and
can
you're
give
allowed to.
it away.
You're
And so that's what we do. We have a Southern Virginia farmer, a good friend of mine, but from, another state. She got all hemmed up in this fucking shit, and I tried to, make appeals to the court and whatever. So we made friends forever, friends forever. When she moved to Southern Virginia, she started becoming an organic farmer. She started building on things, doing blueberries, getting, good contracts and associations, and then moved into being legal cannabis. So it's just she's a person over 21. I'm a person over 21. Every Harvestober, she gives me a couple of ounces. See, he's
oh
playing the
nice.
guitar already, putting away. Yeah. So that's all we do. That's where we get the bulk. But you know, nobody knows what's coming, Jack. I mean,
What was
420 is
that?
coming, and
It's right now. It's 420 right now, buddy.
guess what? They're not going to be nice anymore. This is when hippies get mean because they run out of Harvestober. There's no more left. Everything's too crunchy. Everything they get, they're like, is this molded? It's all me. They get really sour. They're going to have the best parties in the world tomorrow or today, but
Dude,
that's
you
it.
know what's weird, man? Like, so back in the day, like, it took years. I found out, like, apparently my uncle Tony, if he couldn't get weed, would just steal my weed, and I'd be like, I lost weed. What the fuck? And he would,
Right.
but like, so him and my aunt would be like, man, like they were like at the end of the '70s, we were so close to having weed legal. And I don't know, man. Like when we were in high school, I never thought it would be like. It just seemed weird, right? I never, but now it's like, which it should have been all along, man. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, and
Maybe.
I don't even like.
Maybe.
I told you earlier, man. I'll take the occasional low dose gummy, but I think everyone should be able to smoke weed. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
Yeah,
it's
but
why is it taking?
legality, it isn't that cool either. Like what we're dealing with now, it's not really that cool, man. These
Well, it's a
people
lot
are
of gray
trying to
area.
capitalize, and like you said, like when
It's
you talk about strain naming, they're not really
hmm
legacy strain naming. They're making up shit. They're advertising. It's not really cool. This thing's not really cool.
I had a guy in the bar tonight from North Carolina, and it's weird. So we go down there all the time. I got a bunch of buddies that live in Wilmington, so we'll go down 4 or 5 times a year. And like every dive bar, even like we go to this one restaurant we love down there, and it's like a fine dining restaurant. They have the weed seltzers, like the 20 milligram weed seltzers, but
Oh yeah,
weed's not
yeah,
legal
okay,
there. Weed's not legal there. They can have that THCA bullshit because apparently they're like, well, until you light it, it's not. And the weed seltzers come from the Delta 9, but apparently
right,
once you extract the THC, like THC is THC, so wherever you extract it from, so you could go. But here, because of ABC licenses, you can't have those drinks in your bar. But down there where weed is not legal, you could have those drinks in your bar.
right,
And
right,
Sarah loves them, dude. She loves them. She's like, you and I could go out to the bar with your friends, and she's like, normally I get annoyed and I like go to the car because you guys are getting drunk, and she'll smoke in the car. But she's like, when we're in North
right,
Carolina,
right.
she's like, and it's always but it's like the low dose ones they have at the bar, like the 10 milligram one. She's like, but she smokes so much weed. She's like, I can have like fucking 8 of those at the bar, like just
Right, 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 right.
have a nice buzz, and be chatty, and like it's. I don't know why you wouldn't have those here, dude.
Yeah. Remember, we used to like at least get the hemp and ale. You just get roasted hemp. Maybe there was a CBD quality, but it didn't matter. It's like at least we got weed and a beer or whatever. You know what I mean?
I think that they make that shit in Maryland too.
maybe for the time it was just cool to have it. Like same thing, like you said, you didn't think about it at the time. You just figured like weed was going to be an illegal thing or whatever. But
I never did. I
and
never
then
thought it
like
would have
I
been
said,
like.
it's not so great that it is legal, and the THCA, like you're saying, my wife and I, we would do edibles and get no effect. And from our understanding, it's supposed to get converted to a THCA in your gut or whatever. And like we had some sort of enzymatic block or something. And so we couldn't get off on edibles for forever until we really, really got like a heavy hit. But at the same time, like the THCA and the stuff they're talking about now is like it supposedly has a psychoactive decarboxylation rate of something like zero point 0.7 or whatever. So they tested at 29% THCA. You should be able to get the same effect that you get off of a
Regular
14% THCA 9 or whatever, Delta 9 or whatever. That's the
Delta
idea.
nine's like a Delta nine's like a synthetic, or no, Delta 8's a synthetic, and Delta nine's like a hemp variant, right?
THCO and THCX, and those are synthetics. Delta 9 is tetrahydrocannabinol 9, which is the real weed chemical. Like that's the
But is that?
thing. That's what we want.
But
Delta
it's like
9.
a.
That's what we
But
want.
it's not a. The Delta 9 doesn't come from a regular weed plant, right? It comes from like a cousin.
No,
Like it
that's the
comes from the.
real regular shit. That's the real
Oh, so
regular
it's,
shit.
so Delta 9 is just fucking weed.
Yeah, that's weed.
It's
Yeah,
just regular ass weed.
remember Easy E had 5150 and his EP of you have to scratch it off, whatever. But anyways, yeah, down to the last roach, tetrahydrocannabinol number 9 or whatever. It's Delta 9. That's the real gem. That's the federally illegal thing that when they talk about hemp bill, they're talking about less than 0.03% dry weight Delta 9. So Delta 9 is the jewel. That's what gets us.
But 0.03% is like nothing though, right?
Nothing. Right. But I can send you a seed, can I, Jack? Because you haven't expressed the seed. There's nothing in it.
It's just a seed.
It's just a seed. If you weigh
Aren't
it
there states
and you
that
get the Delta 9 out of it, there's nothing in it.
legalize mushrooms? Didn't like
No, mushrooms
Colorado?
are only legal in Jamaica. They're only legal in Jamaica.
I thought
Maryland
Colorado did it.
obviously has been using them forever. Nah, there's.
Um,
I can get shrooms. I get shrooms out of DC. They're from Maryland, but no, they're not legal anywhere except Jamaica.
um, dude. Again, so again, when we go to North Carolina, they actually have they have mushroom drinks, like mushroom
Yep.
seltzers.
Yep.
But apparently, it
I
doesn't give you
believe you.
the hallucinogenic part of it. You just get like the body part of it. So I don't know.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. Muscimol, like from Amanita muscaria, like the Santa Claus mushroom, that's legal, and it's legal 100% around the world, right?
Does that give you?
But
Does that does that give you some stuff?
well, yeah, and they sell it in gummies and shit like that. It's Muscimol, so they
Okay, so
sell
that's
it. They
probably
sell it
what
in gummies. That's one thing,
those
but I'll
drinks
also
are.
tell you psilocybin. There's a psilocybin mushroom, the red reishi. It's 100% legal and everything else. And like I first had it from my art teacher. She gave it to me when we went to a gallery. She gave me red
Does that
reishi. It's a psilocybin, but it's legal and it's only basically a body high and a
so
little bit of a glow on your eyes.
do you think that's what they use in those drinks and the pens? They have like the
Muscimol. They use muscimol. Yeah, it's from Amanita muscaria.
so you
Fly
just get
agaric.
a body buzz from that.
I mean, I have like probably a quarter pound of it left. I have Siberian, because I take it every Christmas because it's the Santa Claus mushroom, you know. But it's completely legal around the world. Yeah,
Did you ever have the Santa Claus beer? There's
yeah,
a
I've had the
beer they
Santa
make.
Claus beer. Yeah, of
No,
course, bro.
seriously, there's a
Of course,
beer. There's a beer they brew in Austria called
I've had it.
Sammy
Yeah,
Claus. Yeah, yeah. It was the strongest beer in the world for until people went crazy. It was the strongest beer in the world for like 80 years or something.
yeah. It's not like that Japanese shit. Yeah, that Japanese shit is like at 70% alcohol or whatever. They
No, it's
made
the it's
one
the
beer
fuck.
in
No, it's the
Japan.
fucking Scottish. The Scottish they've
Yeah.
had like a war over the strongest beer, and I had one that wasn't. My buddy Sean and I got one to split because we were like, I've never seen a beer that's 32% alcohol before, so basically 64 proof.
That's
It was
disgusting.
dude, it was. You know what it tasted like? It tasted like really shitty Kahlua. Like
Right,
really, like
right. And
if
I
you
like
put
Kahlua, but I understand what you mean. Yeah.
like, so let's say you're making a cocktail and your whole cocktail is Kahlua and like simple syrup to sweeten it up. That's what this beer
Ah,
tasted like. It was called Tactical Nuclear Penguin. It fucking sucked. But they have them in Scotland. They have a war. Like someone hit 50% alcohol on a beer. Someone hit like 60. I think the strongest one now is literally it's 70% alcohol.
that's what I heard. I heard it was 70. I already said that because that's what I heard. I
Yeah,
mean, it's hard for me to
it's
understand or believe in it, you know.
it's called snake venom. I have no desire to ever like look, dude. Just get whiskey, right? Drink
Hmm.
some whiskey
Hmm.
or some whatever beer. The whole point of beer is you're supposed to be able to like drink a few of them and unwind, and it's like a social thing, you know.
Right,
Like
right.
if dude, I'm fucking 45 years old. If I'm trying to get banged up, I'm drinking whiskey. If I'm trying to relax with my buddies and have a good time and like go to a show or watch a game or something, it's gonna be beer. I can have a bunch of beers. It's fine. Like we're
What
okay.
kind of, yeah, I mean, shit, man. Let's talk about Maryland again. Like, whatever. We might have missed that, but Victory makes a wonderful, like, all day drink, you know, in Maryland.
Victory Brewing.
Yeah, like a victory lager or whatever, or a pilsner. I think they call it a pilsner, a victory pilsner.
Prima Pilsner. We got it
Yeah,
on draft at work right now. That shit's delicious. But
yeah.
Victory's from
You drink
Pennsylvania.
24 of those,
They got
man.
some
Watch a
satellite
game.
places. They got some satellite places, but they're from Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah.
But they
I
have
was
like,
picked on it in Maryland, but yeah, you can drink 24 of those and watch some games. You know, have a good time, man.
but it tastes good too. Like I don't like this
Yeah,
so I'm on my second Pilsner now. This is 5%. It's not nothing. We ain't
right.
doing nothing crazy. You know, I needed to decompress after work. We had a strong garbage person evening. A
Well,
lot of garbage people came in late.
I'm thinking of, you know, like I said, look, Jimmy, he hasn't. It's been like 103 days he hasn't drank. You know, good
Dude,
for him. Um,
that's good for him, man. Like if it was a
I'm
problem for
thinking the
him, then
same
like that's
thing,
good
but
that he's.
I'm doing this. I'm doing this with no fucking passion because I have to lose this weight. I really don't give a shit about this. Like when I finish this, I'm not coming back tomorrow.
Oh, what are you cutting carbs? Is that the?
I mean, instead of I drink a lot. You know, I let my German side hang. You know, but that's 40 units a week, right? I can only drink
Yeah.
11 right now if I want to cut that weight. I can only drink
What is
11
the?
units a week. I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, like beers. Depending on the beer you're drinking, it's like on light beers, like 90 calories. A light beer.
Dude, it's 1,700 calories, you know, 9 pints at 8% or whatever. That's 1,700,
Yeah,
1,200 sometimes, you know.
it might be more than that, dude. Might be more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to wait in my like early mid 20s. I worked with this guy Howard, who was a bigger guy. He lost it was either 80 or 90 pounds in a year. And it was only because he stopped drinking soda and switched to unsweetened iced tea. Because he would get the big, like the double gulps from 7-Eleven a couple times a day.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah. Hell
he
yeah, bro.
cut out the soda switched because we were like, "Damn, man, you're looking thin now." And we're like, "You go to the gym? What are you doing?" He's like, "Nope, nope." He's like, "I stopped drinking Pepsi, and I'm drinking unsweetened tea. That's it." He went from like
Right.
330 to like 240 or 250 or something. That was it.
Yeah, a typical ounce of sweet drink, typical ounce is 10 calories because 1 teaspoon of sugar is 10 calories, and some of the teaspoons of sugar are 12. And nobody's counting the linseed oil that's in the machines, which is another 3, by the way. Like you really have to understand when you're talking about 10, 3 makes a difference. Nobody's
Sure,
counting that shit.
especially if you're dropping like, dude, this dude was probably dropping like 200 ounces of Pepsi a day, man. Like, that's a fucking lot, dude.
Pepsi's a 190, man. 190 a can. Yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah.
So those big, the giant fucking cups they had from 7-Eleven were those like 64 ounces or something?
64s, dude. 64s, dude. Yep.
Two or three of those a day, man. That's a
They're
lot of. So if
illegal.
you
You
said
can't get that shit anymore. Like New
no,
York was first. They were like, yeah, that's illegal. You got to buy 2 of them.
that's like a
But
fucking
now
yeah.
they don't have 64s anywhere. They don't have 64s.
No,
They
but
don't
they were.
have
You
double
remember them
guns,
though? Like
man.
they were fucking enormous.
I used
If
to
you
get
said a
them.
can,
You remember that?
if
I
you,
used to live on soda too, though. I used to get a couple of cherry 7-Ups and gin and dew, whatever got me through the weekend, man. I used to do that
I
all the
gotta get
time.
my,
Put it
I
in my
gotta grab my
backpack.
charger. I'm getting low. No, I remember the Pretty Joe move. You would drink like half the Mountain Dew, and then you would pour the whole liter of gin in the Mountain Dew bottle.
What a move! Yeah, that was the
Oh,
move,
dude,
man.
that was a power move, man. That was a power move. That was fucking hilarious how you came up and work today. And it was weird, just weird that we like fucking tonight because I was like, yeah,
Oh
my
no, it's awesome.
they were
I
talking
don't.
about
I don't
smoking.
think I got all the way. I don't think I got all the way through it, man. I love it when people come up, but Tony, it was like a couple weeks ago, like Terminator Tony was in the chat and I didn't know. And I just started, oh, you know my fucking name. Who is that? And he came up for like 40 minutes. So late, like where we should have
The
been to bed anyway.
Tony, the,
But it
the
was
the dude that used
awesome.
to hang out with the abducted, the shakedowns and them.
Yeah, with Rufus and all of them. Yeah, yeah.
I used to run into. I haven't seen him in a while. Juan. I used to run into him every now and then because he owns a like a beer wine shop out in Clifton, and I
Yes,
think he
yes.
opened.
Yes.
I think he opened a second one. I think they own two now, man. Like I think he's doing good. But when I was at the
That's
fancy beer
cool.
bar, him and Renee would come in every now and then. And it was funny. One night I comped like half of his tab, and I had like X amount of promo, but I used like my whole promo on them. And Jensen's like, "Why would you like waste your whole promo on them?" I was like, "Well, first off, it's the end of the night. Second off, I was like, I've actually known this dude. I was like, I haven't seen him in a while, but I've known this dude for like fucking 25 years. So like, that's the type of
Dude,
person I'm gonna
yeah.
fucking." And he would come in because we would
One
get the
time,
fancy beer, and he would want to try it to see if he should buy it for his store.
right, right, right. Well, before he had the store, man, this is so funny. One time he was working at Sweetwater before he had his own store, before all that happened. And he
He
was
told me
working at
that.
Sweetwater,
Yeah, he told me that.
and they had this like release of the beer, right? And he sent me a notification they're going to have a new beer the brewmaster's making. Dude, it was fucking horrible. So all these people showed up to the place to drink this new beer, and it was
It was
fucking
not awesome.
horrible. And the way that they make like Sweetwater, it looks like it's coming from the ceiling into like, you know what I mean? And it's just like we're
Yeah.
cursed to drink this
Which
horrible
which
beer.
which Sweetwater was he at? Because there's a few of them.
It
Because
was
my buddy,
dude. I guess it was sorry, not Chantilly, but over there by the airport, man. Shit.
yeah, the Sterling.
Yeah, Chantilly, maybe actually, it might have been Chantilly. Yeah.
My buddy John brewed at the and he was there for a little bit. He was like, look, man, he was like, I had so many restrictions on what I could do or what I could not do that it just wasn't fun. Like They were like, you could brew whatever you want as long as it meets these parameters. And he was like, what the like? So that's not like what you said to me was
Dude,
bullshit. Like I can't brew whatever I
this
want if it has to meet these
it
like
wasn't even funny.
very
It wasn't
narrow
even funny
parameters.
because it tasted like vomit. It was like a really bad launch. It was a really
Oh,
bad
dude.
beer, and everybody knew it. And they went from their tables to the middle bar, and they kept swilling it down, and it was just horrible. And
Oh, that
myself,
sucks.
myself, I go to do this, just to support him or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like I got my fucking, my sister's friends from when she was like getting out of high school that I didn't know were working there as a bunch of waitresses and shit. So then they're like calling her, "Oh, I saw your brother," and oh my god, it was like a horrible experience, bro. It was like
So
an
I'm
anti-birthday.
assuming you had like 3 sips of that beer and then immediately switched to something else.
Dude, no. Everybody kept drinking it in misery. Everybody. They left
So
their
you guys
tables and they went to the center bar and they kept drinking it and complaining. No, it was a
knocking
misery
back
thing.
the
And I was on so many drugs. And that's what I said. Like my little sister's friends, who I don't even know them, but they're calling her and telling on me. And everybody, is drinking this shit. They're hating it. They're spitting and complaining, and everybody's doing it. It's like this send up. And like again, like I mean, honestly, like, and I
holy
don't know,
shit.
I was on so many drugs and shit, and then all these kids that I don't even know are calling my sister and telling on me. And then I'm trying to talk to him, and he's like, "Yeah, it's good." I was like, "Yeah, everybody says it's good,"
Yeah, this
and
shit
everybody,
sucks.
it was so bad. It was acrid.
I'll bet you it was something like it probably got infected or there was something probably like if it tastes like puke, that's an infection, and I forget which one it is. I think it's
Right.
diacetyl, but it's not like that's not like the fact that they put it in a glass for you guys is fucking terrible. Like you
Yep.
just gotta let it go. If it's bad, you just gotta fucking let it go, dude. You know.
I think they
Well,
were
here, hold
calling
on.
it.
Wait, hold on.
I think they were calling it barfing dog or something.
Hold
It
on.
was
I'm
really
gonna
bad.
go. We're without a practice space. We've been without a practice space for a while, so I had to bring my shit home, which my girlfriend was not thrilled about. But we had to make
Right, right.
I had to make my amps functional. So I'm gonna walk around my house and show you. So like we got an end table here. See,
All right.
we got some shit on it, right? And then we
Looks
got
nice. Looks nice.
like this one. I got shit. There's no light in here. You probably can't see. Hold on. So this one, I got some records on.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Familiar. Nice.
Yeah, and then you know what, man, this one, let's just put the toaster oven on this one.
Yeah, yeah. They look good together. They look
But I
good.
think, but so I think our Paul said he moved, his new loft is built, so I can get this shit out of the house and get it in his house Tuesday. So we're finally getting it. You know, it's weird for me to look at that stuff, and I can't play it in here because it's an apartment. So I like this is the hold on, this is the hammer right here. Uh, yeah, buddy, two 4-inch speakers.
Oh wow. Awesome, dude. Awesome.
Man, it sounds okay, and it makes now that I have a small amp again, it makes me play more, which is probably like it's good, right? To pick up the guitar every now and then.
Yes, sir,
And then
man. Yes, sir. I just
we're doing
busted
the
the second finger. See, my mealy finger, my melody finger. I didn't have to
yeah.
use that writing songs. But my second finger, I just busted, and I'm back in business, man. It's it's
There you
it's
go.
it's bulletproof now.
I'm uh I'm doing we're doing we're just gonna do a record, but we're doing because the first singer lives in New Mexico, but Paul and I reconnected and we've jammed a couple times, and we're gonna re-record the Magnum shit.
Oh, that's cool.
Because we have like money to
What?
do it now, and like we could take our time and do it properly. But I also know that like
Wait
I've
a
got to
minute,
be.
wait, but the Magnums, isn't Kristen the vocalist in that one, or
No, she was the second vocalist. The first
oh,
vocalist
so
was my
Eric is
my my
coming.
buddy Eric. Yeah, Eric's gonna sing,
Yeah,
but he's
so
in New
Eric's gonna
Mexico.
sing now.
Yeah, yeah. So we're gonna record at Viva in Fairfax, which is actually you probably remember the dude from back in the day. It was Matt who played guitar in Majority Rule. It's his studio,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
Oh
I
yeah.
talked to him.
Oh, dude,
I talked to him.
dude,
I set it up.
dude, dude. They became fucking awesome. I think they were on Fueled by Ramen later. That band
Yes,
fucking ruled.
I think they were on like a bigger label after
Dude,
Fueled by Ramen. I think they were
dude.
on. I think they were on like Southern Lord or something, dude. I think they were on
Yeah,
like
they probably were. Yeah, they probably were. Which is what Anselmo at that time, right?
no, it was the guy from fuck, I don't know his name, but he's in that band Sun O, that drone band, and he's in something else.
Sono,
It,
yeah, Sono.
it's like a but his new band, fucking A, what's the name? No Man, but it's like N like O with a slash through it, MAN, like one word. So it's his
Yeah,
wife
yeah, yeah.
sings. His wife sings, and it's the same fucking guitar player, bass player, drummer from Majority Rule. They're fucking badass, but they only play like they all have fucking jobs and shit, so they only play a couple, but they're fucking good, dude. But Matt does like so he
I'm
recorded the
telling you,
Rise to
man.
Fire record, and I liked working with him.
That's
It's
awesome.
so I like I know you and I've talked on the phone about like not like gear nerd shit, but like how like it doesn't matter how you get there, just you got to get there, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Dave and Skeeter are so like you got to have a tube amp, you got to do this and do it this way. When we were laying down our tracks, it's a really small studio, so you're supposed to do like scratch tracks, just straight in. And he put the bass into the Sans amp, which sounds great. So we just use the Sans amp for the bass because the Sans amp really does sound good. And I, he put an emulator on my guitar for the scratch recording, but I was like, we're gonna keep this and we could pull that off, right? He's like, yeah, and I was like, so I'm just gonna reamp out if I get the track right. And Dave and Skeeter were like, what is reamping? And I'm like, dude, if you get the track right, you're not locked into a certain sound. Like if you record with a
Right,
certain amp,
right. You could
then it's
record it
mic.
completely clean, and then you can make
Yes,
44 different representations of that
yes,
track. You
yes.
know,
And they were both like, I don't know about that. But then when I did it, they were like, oh, that sounds good. And I was like, well, okay. You guys weren't inside for the first track we did. It sounded good in the room, and then when he mic'd it, it didn't sound great. So I just went in and adjusted the amps, and then we remiked them. And I was like, so I don't have to overdub shit. And I got two rhythm tracks fucking down. And I did have
right,
to obviously I had to overdub my leads. I did like three leads on the record, and I had to go in and do that. And I went like weird. You wouldn't expect me to ever do this. I used Dave's Les Paul for the leads, but I used the neck pickup
right.
to like warm them up a
No,
little
I'm
bit,
not.
you know,
Yeah, I'm used to you using the bridge, the bottom pickup. So
buddy, buddy. That's all we're at. And my other guitar, the clear guitar, I got built. So there is a neck pickup in it, but it's never been like it's just I put a real hot pickup in the bridge. I put an Invader in the bridge, and that like it is what it is, like but it doesn't like my point being to go it doesn't matter how you get there. You could have a super expensive tube amp, you could have a shitty fucking pod footboard. If it sounds good, it sounds good, dude. If it works for you, like embrace technology.
yeah, yeah. I
Like
mean,
in the
listen,
rejects, we
Jack.
didn't
I
care.
mean,
We had the
you
shittiest
stacked
gear.
up how many solid state PVs can you daisy chain together?
I had, dude.
I
There was a
never
couple
even
shows
had an amp.
I used
I didn't even
three
have an
solid
amp.
state PV combos, and then I had an output put in the one, and I just ran it into the 412. But it was,
Right,
it
right.
was whatever, dude. Like, did it work for us?
I never even had an amp. I don't know. Did it work for us? Like Will, Will, he was born on the exact same day as I. And after, he went to Dharma, he drove me there, he let me use his amp. He did that for like months. He got kicked out of his band to drive me around and use his amp for me.
Jesus.
You know what I mean? Like, you know what I
But we
mean?
always
Like,
made
I
it.
didn't
We
know
always
I
made it
was
work,
doing that.
dude.
I didn't know I was doing that to him. But when I think about it, I'm like,
Uh,
yo, I kicked this guy out of a job, joined them, and he drove his amp around for me for 4 months. I
I mean,
didn't think about it until we were
that's a good.
recording our only thing, and I'm in the fucking parking lot, and you're inside with King of Bass, and they're playing their shit. Oh, we just recorded this with, like Donnie Z or whatever the fuck they did. I don't know. And I'm just like, you guys, what am I not supposed to say anything? Oh, the song about, spiking there. I'm not supposed to say anything, right? And you don't know, Jack, because you were in the house and they were playing that shit in the car. And I was just waiting for the tape so we could play our shit in the car. And I wasn't supposed to say anything. And I was like, you're kicking me out.
I mean,
When you guys
I
get
got.
mad, you're kicking me
I
out.
mean, I'm pretty sure that song was 100% directed at me, dude.
It was. It fucking
Um,
was.
you know, man. But the only thing that bothered me about that is, like Jimmy, whatever. Give her that guy's a piece of shit. Whatever. Give her. Don't care. I got some stories about him, but we're not going to get into that right now. But like, Emmer was my best friend,
Yes. Yes.
and that put a wedge
Your
between
little,
him and
your
I.
little, your little. Remember when you guys shaved your little monkey heads and you were hanging out there like little 14-year-old brother heads?
Yeah,
I remember you
yeah,
guys. Yeah,
yeah. That guy
yeah.
was
You
my
guys
best
were
friend,
brothers,
man.
man.
That guy was my best
I
friend, dude.
wasn't. I'm from the outside. I'm from the outside. You guys invited me in. I'm from the outside, so I saw you for what you are.
And I think Emmer got like a little beef with me when they were playing a show in Reston, and they like Emmer called me. He's like, "Are you gonna come see my band in Reston?" I was like, "Dude," I was like, "Honestly, man, probably not, dude. Like, I'm probably not gonna go see your fucking band in Reston, dude." Like, he's like, "It's like 3 minutes from your house." I was like, "Yeah, cool, dude, but like,
Oh, are you playing at the Franklin Farms whatever, whatever. But yeah, of course. It's a diss to you, bro. They
but
played it at me in the parking lot and I'm supposed to be quiet. At least I
I just
recorded all my tracks.
like I
At
said, man, the
least I
whole thing is
recorded all
like.
my tracks.
Like Brian's whatever, man. I'm cool with Brian. Like I'll bust his balls every now and then. But yeah, first off,
Yeah.
dude, he's got to stop. He's got to stop being like, we need to like have a band together. No, we don't, dude. You need to find some dudes in Oklahoma to start a band with. Like I don't have time to do that. I'm in a band. I'm gonna do some shit with another band. I work full time. I got a kid. I just find some dudes in Oklahoma,
He
man.
he's just talking to you, man. He's not
No,
trying to
no, he
come over
sent me.
here to fight you.
No, he sent me riffs and was like, we could like. I was like, they weren't even good, dude. But I was like, dude, like,
Well, you're in a band. I mean, you're done. You're in a band. You're in Rise to Fight. Duh. Everybody,
and
Rise
then
to Fight, records
I
coming
got the
out.
Magnum shit I've been working on too. So it's like two, right? It's like two. And then I got, a full time job. I got a kid. I got a better half that she's at her mom's tonight for Easter. But you know what I'm saying? I don't have time to fucking like, dude.
Well, let's
I
chill
love
it
the
out,
guy.
man. Where do we
I
get the
really
Rise
do
to
love.
Five record, man? Let's chill it out. Let's chill it out. Come on.
What do you need to know? What do we actually,
Where
hold
do we
on. Let
get
me
it?
see.
RiseToFive.com or do we get it on
No,
where?
I think you'll be able to buy it online at Bandcamp. We got a show coming up May 15th. I will send you. Hang on.
What do you do?
You might have.
RiseToFive.bandcamp? Right. I know. I've seen you guys have active sites. You have shows coming up when? Oh, here we go. Did that work?
Did what work?
I
All
put
right, here,
Rise
hang
to
on.
Five Camp. I
It
didn't know if
should
that was
be.
right or not.
It should be. All right, hang on. Let me see if you can open that. So that's the double.
All right. I got it now. I got it now, Jack. I got it. Watch. Here we go. Boom.
You got me.
Yes, I
I had
got
to.
you, and I think
I had to open up another link, open up another whatever to send you the. Did you get the link in here? The
I
but it's
believe
so
I did it. I believe I did it.
that's the
Check it
Marginal
out.
Man cover we did. But I got it was fun, and that was we did that at Matt's studio, Viva in
Um,
Fairfax, which I highly recommend if you have a project to record, dude. I guess he has a day job because he only charges $300 a day to record there, which is like insanely cheap.
right,
And
right.
that's actually one of the reasons we thought about doing the Magnum shit. Because like the first demo, we recorded 6 songs, recorded and mixed in fucking 8 hours. Which well, that came out like it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't. It could have been a lot better. And then the second one, uh, Jimmy didn't want to use a click track,
Yeah,
so
I heard
there's
about
some.
that.
There's a little bit. There's that guy could do amazing fills, right? Amazing jaw dropping fills. But the click track would have made it better. And I'm not a huge and punk rock. I'm not a huge fan of click tracks because I think things need to just slightly vary for intensity.
I mean, look, the only thing I can say is like, don't say no. Try it, do it. You know what I mean? Like, don't
Yeah,
say no. Try
but
it, do it.
I
You know, and
but
see
I do.
what
I
happens.
think punk rock's a style of music that needs to vary just a little. Like when the intensity comes up, maybe it needs to get it just a tiny bit faster. But if it's like a lot noticeably faster and slower, that's an issue. But so
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
using
yeah, yeah.
we're using our drummer Paul from Rise to Five is going to play drums on the Magnum stuff, and he's Paul's a solid drummer, man. And I always apologize to him because I'll be like talking. There'll be people around having a conversation about like music. I'll be like, Kent was the fucking man, and I'll be like, Paul, I mean this is no disrespect, and he's like,
Yeah,
buddy, I
for
get it,
sure. Yeah,
man.
bro.
He's like, I get it. I was like, Paul, you're an awesome drummer too, but like Kent was like, he was like a fucking. You don't find drummers like that, dude. I mean,
Right, right.
When you got Dave Grohl saying he's fucking Buddy Rich in a leather jacket and Doc Martens, and Enoch Skeeter is like, he's like, look, man, and Scream. He's like, so they have a drummer they really like now. It's like
Dude,
I think it's the
dude.
third or
Skeeter,
fourth guy they've tried
Skeeter,
after
like
Kent.
as far as an informative musician to me as a bass player, Skeeter means a lot. You know what I'm saying? And he knows it because I've told him so. You know what I mean? But like, that means a lot to me.
All
There's a
right,
lot of information.
Skeeter will never see this. So, do you want a good Skeeter story?
Sure.
They were they were playing in California, and they were like the third of four bands, and Sam Hain was the fourth band playing. So like the club was like, "What kind of like lights or whatever do you want?" And they're like, "We don't want any fancy lights, just some lights on stage." But I guess Glenn was worried that he wanted to make sure their fog machine works. So like halfway through Scream set, like all this fucking fog starts coming through, and Pete when they get off stage, like so Pete wasn't. according to Skeeter, I don't know Pete, so I don't know if Pete would fucking beat your ass or not. But he said like Pete said something, but he was like, but Pete wasn't going to do anything. And then Danzig said something back, and Skeeter was like, dude, like it was fucked up. You fucking did that during our set to test your fucking bullshit. And then Danzig called him the N word. So Skeeter jumped on him and started fucking choking him out. And Danzig security had to fucking rip him off of him.
Dude, okay,
So that's
everybody, you heard what fucking Danzig said, and you know what? No bullshit. No bullshit. That's what happened.
fuck. You saw that? I know you heard about that new T-shirt that Danzig came out with. How the fuck did that happen?
Yeah. He had some like like some banner or whatever that you hang with the black
Yeah, he had
cross
some.
or
He
black
had some
sun
fucking.
or whatever. Yeah, black sun shit. Yeah.
But how does
And
that?
of
How does
course,
that happen?
we've all heard this, like, I don't want to share the stage with that, whatever. But with Danzig to Skeeter, that's pretty fucked up,
And
because
also, dude, like that's not the dude. He's like 64. I would not fucking test him, dude. Like, I would. That guy will fuck you up.
yeah,
But they're
man,
doing
nah,
like
that's
that,
really
like, dude.
messed up, man.
I guess Scream's getting ready to do some shows soon again. It
I
is
saw
weird though
that.
being in a band. It is weird being in a band with because he's up in upstate New York, right? So like he comes down for some of the shows, and like we'll try to like jam in a practice the day of the show before. It's I don't know, man. It's I love the dude,
Yeah. Do you
but it's
need do
just
you
kind
need
of
more rehearsal time? Like, do you need more rehearsal time? To be honest,
do I?
just to
No.
gel. I mean, together,
Uh,
just to gel.
I think so. Yeah, because it's. I mean, you've got a guy that's not there, and he
Yeah,
kind of like
it's
doesn't layer. He doesn't
important, man.
layered
It's
shit on
important.
top, but like. Like I think you do. Like I think a band, and I think the best way and this band, Dave had written everything until I joined, and I came in with some shit, and we worked it out together in the room, and then Dave brought in a couple things, and I reworked one of his songs. I think when bands write the best is when someone comes in with an idea, and then everyone works on it together, and like because you can't like
We had a short minute of that where everybody was able to bring something to the table, like by three different directions, and it was okay. But the reason that it doesn't work is why it doesn't work. Because somebody is like, you're encroaching on my territory, and
yeah
then it
yeah
becomes
yeah
disgusting.
yes.
Yeah. That's what happens. But
Well,
I
but
mean,
I feel like
dude,
so.
you'll
But I feel
never
like
make good
after
music. You'll never make good music if you don't have a boss. Somebody has to have the final say and be the boss and say that's it.
sure, sure,
But
sure. I feel like though, but
collaboration
I feel
should be a
like
little bit open.
but I feel like though when we were in Slap Happies after the rejects, we all wrote that shit together.
Yeah.
And like I saw Evan posted some videos on YouTube, and we were actually a better band than I thought we were at the time.
Oh, you think so?
I think so. I think honestly, man, it was more together than the rejects were.
What do you think about
Would you
this
like to
one?
suck my balls?
This song was all you. This song was good.
It wasn't on me. It was informed by Evan already. That's why we did that ending part,
Yeah,
together.
Well, there was the Evan singing version of the, but I mean, like the music, you had that song totally worked out, and it was fucking cool, dude. It had that ZZ Top part, that da na 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 da na 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 na, like that was fucking
Yeah.
awesome, dude.
It was
That song
kind
was
of
awesome.
cool because remember we got to enjoy that for 1 minute with old what's his name his old Cabbage Patch. You know, we got to enjoy that with one moment, and he could do
Steve,
some pinch harmonics or whatever with Steve. Yeah,
man,
with Steve.
I wish he would have played with us more because he was a real good guitar player, and he pushed me to be a better guitar player.
Yeah,
Like when we had one guitar, there was no one pushing me because I was the only
yeah,
guitar. When
yeah.
there's
Yeah,
and
that's the
Steve
whole
and then
point. The whole point is either you have to have like a harmony player or you want to be both of them and you want to write the other part. And then you'll get to be a better player. Either you switch off time or you do both of them.
I think it's better to have. I always prefer being in a band with two.
Yeah, because
We
there's
have
another brain on there. There's another
we
brain.
have we have three in Rise to Five, which is fucking dumb, dude.
Yeah. Yep.
There are songs though where like you remember Ben Blanton when he had a health episode and he was the bass player in Rise. So when I joined Rise, they kicked him out. I don't know what went on. I still don't.
Right.
I don't want to know, man. Like it's not my business, you know. And people like there's two sides to every story, you know. But so
Right.
Dave was
Right.
like, "I'm
Right.
going back to play bass. You play guitar." And then Dave decided he didn't want to play bass. So when we were playing the benefit of a band, we had all three guitar. It was one of the shows where we had all three guitar players, and we were playing with this cool band, Seasick Gladiators, which is they're like a stoner rock band with like a distorted violin or viola.
All
Sorry,
right.
viola,
All
the
right.
lower register. But it was cool.
Right. Middle. That's the
And
middle. Yeah. Yeah.
their guitar player was like Enoch had some bullshit amp he was borrowing. Dave like borrowed someone's piece of shit cabinet, and that was I brought my I showed you I have three. I brought my nice one to that show, and the dude from CSA was like, "Can I borrow your cab?" I was like, yeah, yeah, go." But so he was watching us, and he was like, I was a little skeptical seeing three guitars, but he was like, there was like three or four songs where you guys were doing kind of like different shit, but kind of the same shit, and he was like, it really worked, but like three guitars, dude.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty heavy. It's pretty. You don't need it.
It's
You
not.
don't need it.
It's not even heavy though, dude. It's not like it's
Yeah.
because we
No,
don't
you
like
don't need it.
I use
It's not the
way less
lug nut
gain.
7 inch. It's not the lug nut 7 inch where they put on three guitars for that purpose.
I think he recorded like six. I think he recorded like an insane amount of guitars on that. But we don't like I use like I used to always be like gain cranked, and I even kind of ruined slap happies by putting more gain than I had initially planned on using. But now I don't
because
use that
because
much.
of the way because of the way that you listen to music in your car, um, you put the like high pretty high up. So I thought it was your hearing. Because remember
I
how we had to deal with all the tuning issues. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah,
Nobody had a tune. Let's put it that way.
no,
Sometimes it'll be 20 minutes of a show realizing that
yeah,
nobody had a
yeah. Also,
tuner.
yeah,
So I just figured
shitty
you
good.
had hearing issues because you listen to loud
No,
music all the
no.
time.
Shitty. Also, shitty guitars don't stay in tune. And like sometimes when you're on
No, they don't.
stage, you can't hear the person on the other side. So you have like if you and I were
Yeah,
not in
right.
tune, like sometimes I wouldn't even know because we're like monitors.
And
What are those?
and when Chuck Wright hugs you and puts his thumb in your guitar, like it's probably gonna go out of tune as well. So that's probably gonna
Oh, the
happen.
worst one was when my guitar got caught on Johnny Pug's leather jacket and it knocked like his fucking leather, like the belt in his leather jacket caught on like three of my tuning pegs. So it wasn't even like what, and it was like so fucking bad, dude. So bad. Oh, now it's, man, the tuning pedal's the greatest thing in the world. You could just cut your signal and
Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool.
yeah, and they say, well, man, people say about these things about the Gibson that the way that the string pulls through here that like your
Yeah,
G string never stays in tune. Like I've never had that problem with this guitar. But I know it's a
I
real thing,
don't know,
right?
man.
Like it wouldn't be like people wouldn't keep you said you have Epiphones, right?
Yeah, I have Epiphones. Yeah,
So it's the same. It's the same fucking pull through here. The headstock's just shaped a little differently.
absolutely.
Do you
Yeah,
have do you have any problem?
one
Do
of
you have,
them has a head like that. One of them has a shorter head than you have, but one of them is exactly the same.
but
You
it's
know.
still it's the way it pulls through. Do you have any problem with the G string on your guitars?
Um, I play so aggressive that everything goes out of tune. I have to tune it up every time. I dig in with the pick. So I always have to retune everything. I stretch all the strings out.
I switched to lighter picks.
Yeah.
It's made a huge difference on. I used to break a lot of strings. I don't anymore. I used to use the
Yeah,
purple.
I can use like one of those like acrylic Dunlaps or whatever that flip around, medium, like a gray,
So
that's pretty good. I'll never break a
what are the?
string, but I don't feel the same attack. I like it to be rigid. I like a
I think it's
purple Dunlap.
okay. So I used to use purple in the rejects. I use purple, and I think that's over. I think it's like a 1.18 or something. It's a big.
It's
I
too
mean,
much.
like
It's too
a lot
fucking
of
frosted. It's too thick.
it. It's more of a pick for a bass player than a guitar player.
Yeah.
Now I switch down to Dave uses the really thin ones. He uses the red ones. I think they're like 0.50 or something. I use the orange ones. I think they're 0.6 something. But so I break less strings and it's actually a little easier to play with. I don't know why I use the heavy. I think the heavy ones back in the day, I just associated like if you use a heavy pick, it's gonna sound like heavier and fucking harder. But I don't know.
Right.
It's
Right.
just it's all a preference, right? Like a couple
I've
months ago, I
never, I've
saw.
never, I've never turned. You know how the pick is supposed to go, straight into attack. I've never done that.
Yeah,
I always use one corner, so I've
a little
always
bit of an
held it
angle.
sideways and used the corner.
I hold mine weird. Like most people hold theirs like this. I hold mine like
Yeah,
that. I don't even know why I do that, but I've just done it for so long, and I know it's wrong. But like, how do you switch a 30-year habit? And by the way,
yeah, for sure.
also, bud, I'm never gonna be fucking Van Halen, so it doesn't matter. Like, it works
We
for what I
always,
do.
yeah, I'm sure we've always had that understanding. We're not the top 2% of guitar players, so who fucking cares? We need to
No.
make catchy songs. We need to tell stories. We're never gonna be the 2% up there, Angve Malstein bullshit or whatever. Nope, nope, it's
Also,
never happening. So
dude, when you play, just serve the song. So just play the song
yeah,
like don't put anything like I'm not look, I like listening to guitar solos, but bands I'm in, I don't necessarily think that you need them all the time. I think it has to do something else for the song. It has to like you can't just put one there because you're like, okay, verse, chorus, verse, bridge, guitar solo, verse, chorus, out. Like it has to add something to the song.
yeah, man,
And
yeah, man.
I I'm not just saying it because I suck. I'm just, I'm saying it because like it really like
He's not saying it because he doesn't want to be in competition with the best solos on earth. That's not why he's saying it. He's saying it because, it's just it's overblown nonsense that if you don't need it, don't drop it. Don't drop it if you don't need it.
you could tell when a song has a forced solo.
Yeah. Yeah.
The biggest one I could think about is Zach Wild's band, the Aussie guy, the Viking looking motherfucker.
Hmm.
He wrote like this piano ballad when uh, Dimebag from Pantera got killed.
Right. Right.
It's a piano ballad, and he starts doing this crazy like fast ass solo in the middle of it with all these pinch harmonics and shit. And it just like it was so like, dude, I get it, dude. You can shred, but it's so fucking out of place for what you're doing. It's so like, dude,
Oh, Jesus, man.
Everyone knows.
They
Everyone knows you're a
probably
good
shouldn't.
guitar player, dude.
They shouldn't be playing ballads. They shouldn't be playing ballads like that. You know.
But if you're gonna do it, you don't need to throw some shred in the middle. You know, like just it doesn't need to
Right.
be there. Like, dude,
Right.
everyone knows you're good, man. No one's ever gonna say Zach Wild sucks at guitar. No one's ever gonna say that.
Right.
You don't need to do it there. You know.
So, from what I understand, they got Zach Sabbath right now, right? They tour around Zach Sabbath.
Yeah, yeah, and he's it's fuck, I forget who's playing. It's the bass player from Rob Zombie's band, and
Okay.
the drummers dude, Joey Castillo is a badass drummer. You know, he was in
Yeah.
Off, he was in
Yeah.
Danzig, he was in I think he's in Circle Jerks now.
Okay. All right.
I mean, like he's good. I've never. I would probably actually go see Zach Sabbath if they came around here because I've seen some YouTube videos and like they they do those songs justice, man.
Right. Right. Well, I mean,
And he's
who
only
else
doing
is
it.
going to right now? You know.
Yeah. Well, also, man, he's only doing it because he loves that shit too. Like, he doesn't need any more money.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. For sure,
I'm,
bro. For sure.
I, I'm pretty sure those Pantera shows he's playing right now are, you know, man, they're playing like football stadiums.
Right. Right. Yo,
You know, it'd be
what's
awesome.
up, Jack? You gotta explain to me, man. How come like police, first responders, all these people, why do they love Pantera and Danzig and Testament? What's going on there, man? What's the cultural thing?
I think it's a little bit
I've
of
been
fucking inherent
arrested.
rate.
I've been
I think it's
arrested
a little bit
twice
of
with a
inherent
Sam
racism.
A shirt on. I've been arrested twice with a Sam A shirt on. They were like, "Oh, is that Danzig, brother?" What the
The
hell is it,
funniest
bro?
memes I've ever saw is they were someone it was like a picture of Pantera and they were like people are complaining about the Pantera reunion show. They were like that's the only chance you're ever gonna get to swing at an off-duty cop in the pit.
That's
I mean,
hilarious,
dude,
man.
I was never like a huge Pantera guy and like whatever they had some songs that were but I was never huge into them. But like there was a lot of Confederate flags, and Phil did some sketchy shit after.
He
I
is
do
some
love.
sketchy shit, dude. Dude, he is
I do.
some sketchy shit. Look, I went to one, convention that he was in, and he's in all kinds of conventions or whatever. But I know fucking people, and he is some sketchy shit. He was over there, ignoring other people and being a real asshole, and like, yeah, seriously, dude. I don't
Man,
like
that
the guy.
guy.
I don't fucking like him. I don't
Neither do
fucking
I. But
like him.
there's some bands that like down. The down shit is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I like all kinds of people's music, but they're still
Yeah, you could be an
pals.
asshole. You could be an asshole and
Yeah.
make good music. That sucks, right? Like that sucks. Like I like this dude's songs, but he's a piece of shit. Like and that's such a fucking internal struggle, right? Like I shouldn't like this because that guy fucking sucks. But like,
Right,
dude, the
right, right.
I know they did like a reunion record, but the first two Super Joint Ritual records are so good. They're so fucking
Yeah,
good, dude.
right,
And then
right.
he's in that like fucking kind of black metally band Scour. That's really good
Yeah,
too.
I haven't
But
heard that yet. Yeah,
it's good. They just put out a new record. It's good. But like he's
dude.
apparently
If I
such a
shave my
fucking
head, if I shave my head and all that, I look like the dude. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of scary because I actually look like Phil Anselmo if I walk around with a shaved head and shit.
yeah, but you would never yell white power from stage. and then like and then try to like just bat all the dude had to say was it was a fucking joke between some friends, but there was so many like bullshit things he said about it. Like dude. Everyone
Yep.
cracks a fucked up. Everyone cracks a fucked up joke every now and then, but like, you're on stage and you yell "white power." That's not cool, dude. Like, nothing is. And
Yeah, man.
you're
Yeah,
at that
man.
level, right? You're at that level, and you do something like that. Like, what the fuck, dude? And I know they stopped down for a while because I guess those guys were pissed at him. But I guess everyone else in
Yeah.
down needs a paycheck. Everyone else in down needs a paycheck, so he's okay now. But also, those
Oh
songs
yeah.
are really good,
Yeah.
dude. We played with
They started whatever Pantera was 2 years ago. They started using like his whole name and shit. Do you remember that? Like instead of
uh,
calling it any band, they used like his entire name, like middle name and all. You know?
oh yeah, no, it was before they did the Pantera reunion. It was on the last Slayer tour. His band. It was Philip H. Anselmo and the
That's
Illegals
just crazy,
play
bro.
Pantera. That's what it was, and they just played a whole Pantera set, opening up for Slayer.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy,
How much, dude? How much fucking money do you think those guys are getting? They're literally playing like football stadiums.
right?
I'm guessing
I
like
don't know,
what,
man.
like they might be getting like $1 million a show, dude. And I know you gotta like, you rent the bus, you got the sound guy, you got the fucking crew, but like, dude, holy shit, like,
No, I don't.
it's
I
definitely,
really, I have no grasp on it because you got to think about it. Like, really, if you talk about like a stadium and like a seriously like important event or whatever, usually it's only like literally celebrities that can afford to go. Like, literally,
yeah.
So I have no concept
Well,
on that. I know that I can't pay the parking for any of these
dude, I could
fucking
have.
things.
So when the
You
when
know?
the when the mit when the whatever the Misfits reunion played it in New Jersey at the Devils Arena, I was like, you
Yeah.
know what, man, I might go, but I did see Danzig and Doyle once doing a Misfits set, and I don't even think Doyle's guitar is plugged in when they play. Beside the point,
Yeah.
but the cheapest
No,
ticket was
no, he
like,
goes like this. He stomps around and he goes,
yeah,
like you can't punch the neck of the guitar and make, rung, dung, 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 happen. Like that doesn't happen.
well before
He's like a
before they did
WWE event, He's like a
yeah,
WWE thing.
before they did the like the Misfits thing again, I saw Doyle and Danzig at the Fillmore in Silver Spring.
They're doing it tonight.
Are they? They're
While
playing
we're
tonight.
talking, or while we were talking, they're playing in Coachella, 2 a.m. our time.
Oh no, that was last weekend. There's
No,
videos
they did it
online.
again. No, they did it
Oh, did
tonight.
they?
Yep. I saw
Well,
that
I
other
saw
one.
I saw Danzig and Doyle, and Doyle came back, did the stomp where he does like the dun dun, and it's just an open E chord.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure the songs they were playing, his guitar was taken out of the mains, and it was just Tommy Victor playing.
Yeah.
And like but so anyway, so I had disposable cash, and I'm like, maybe I want to go see the Misfits in New Jersey. The cheapest ticket was like, I forget if it was 150 or $200 for a 16,000 seat hockey arena. And I was like, I'm not gonna pay that, dude. I'm not like
Yeah.
I saw them for $35 at the Fillmore, and it's so I can't imagine,
Well,
like I
hey,
can't,
I
like,
mean,
hey, him and Jerry Only are real good friends now that they're like,
yeah,
Jerry
what
Only
the
was
fuck
playing.
ever. Yeah,
He
yeah,
was
they're
he
good
was
friends. They're not friends at all, dude. That's a joke,
now, but
And people actually like when you were watching them, they were still really bad. People think they're getting okay right now, but they were really bad when you saw them. You know what I
well, I
mean?
didn't see him. So I saw the Graves Misfits once, and the only reason I saw them was well, I was dating this girl. We went down to DC to see Murphy's Law, and the show got canceled. And Misfits were playing
Right.
9:30 that night, and I was like, you know what, man? I know it's not going to be good, but like, I'll kick myself if I didn't just see what it was. And the Graves Misfits were terrible on that first tour.
Right.
And then I saw the Danzig Doyle thing at Fillmore, and I'm pretty sure Doyle was just muted, so it sounded okay. Danzig couldn't sing him right, and he was fat and out of shape. And but the thing in
Yeah.
New Jersey, I was like, I am not. I was like, I am not going to spend $200 to see this shit. And like, uh, but I will say the other guys in the band owe so much to Danzig because there's no chance that they would be like when
Oh
the
yeah,
Misfits went
yeah.
to a went,
Like Chris Starr, the Crystal Warrior or whatever the fuck is gonna be playing tomorrow night. Nah, that ain't happening. Like, nah, the Kaifa brothers are not bringing a show up. They know it.
dude.
They know it.
Doyle quit that band with his brother because he was like, "This is fucking lame. Like, I'm not doing it." They were playing like, dude, they were playing like Jax, like the equivalent of Jax in
Dude,
Springfield on tours.
do you know, like, Bobby Steele blew up and yelled at me and all this kind of shit, right? You know, he
No,
plays in the church with his wife. He plays in the church with his wife with, you know, the unliving or whatever. Like
the
whatever
undead.
kind of religious
Wait,
bullshit they got, man.
you got into a beef with Bobby Steele?
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Where? Here? Down here?
No. I started talking to him way back on Facebook, you know, and he just, I mean, we ended up blowing up at each
He
other. It
actually
was crazy,
responded.
bro.
He gave
Oh,
you guys
for a
gave each
couple of
other the
months,
business.
we gave each other the business, man. But
No
you know,
shit.
the stuff that he does, he thinks, you know, like Evening of Desire, right? That's a religious song, man. It's about Mary Magdalene or whatever. This guy is so full of shit, bro. This motherfucker is crazy, bro. And so
I
Danny
mean,
Thompson, Danny Roadkill from Sloppy Seconds, I keep teasing him. I'm gonna send him the Nine Toes later so he can sign it. So he can sign it, you know.
that's hilarious. So
So I think
you got
that's
into
what
it
I'm gonna
with Bobby
do.
Steele.
Yeah, man. Fuck Bobby Steele, man. He's crazy, man.
I think everyone in that like it's like
No,
people are coming out of the
but
woodwork.
fuck the Misfits too. Like seriously, fuck the Misfits too, because they needed to use him, and they used him, and when it wasn't convenient, and they were trying to, you know, make
Yeah,
it
yeah, they
easier
yeah.
or whatever, they try to drop him, you know. So
Why did they never put out?
Justice
Why did they
for
never
Bobby
put out?
Steele in reality, but him
They
being
should
an
have put out.
asshole to me or whatever, that's just whatever.
You know, you could go on YouTube and there's so many bootlegs of 12 hits from Hell, where it was his
Yeah,
guitar and Doyle's guitar, and like that's the best the Misfits ever sounded. But also, like if you put headphones in, uh, you can
right.
tell which one is an actual guitar player and which one is not an actual guitar player.
Where did I put it,
Doyle's
man? That's
and
the
like,
one that
look,
I
dude,
just played.
if I talk shit about a guitar player being shitty, that means they're shitty because I'm not good. So, but you know what, man, I'm a better guitar player than Doyle. I can, that's not saying
Yeah,
much, but although that
well,
guy would beat that guy, that guy's like
he does something. What is it? The Electric Frankenstein? I mean, not Electric Frankenstein. Sorry.
Gorgeous Frankenstein.
Um,
That album sucks so bad.
yeah, but he does something. He does like an electric viola type thing, you know, that he does
Are you sure
over and
that's him
over
that
again.
does it though?
No, it's probably I don't know
He
who it
paid
is.
someone
No.
to. Dude, did you ever hear their him and Jerry's band after the Misfits broke up? Their Christian metal band,
Yeah, it's Chris Starr.
Christ the Conqueror.
Chris Star. I thought, oh, it was
It's
Christ the Conqueror with a Kryst.
yeah, yeah. It's dude, it's so bad. It's is that 12 hits from hell right there? The bootleg. That is the
Yep.
best sounding Misfits record, and it's not even an actual Misfits record.
Well, there's another version of it called Prime Directive, which is more Bobby Steele. You know, that's pretty good too.
I mean, he's a significantly better guitar player.
Dude, they needed him. They needed him. They used him, and then they screwed him over. Like, really, seriously, like justice for
And they
him.
talked a
You know what I
bunch of shit
mean?
about him. They talked a bunch of shit about him afterwards too. Well, even the first guy, Frenchie Como, was better than Doyle. I mean, it is. I mean, now, I
Well,
mean, like,
yeah, for
if
sure.
you,
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
dude, if you watch if you go on like whatever, search Misfits Live now on here on YouTube, uh, they got another guitar player that they like stands on the back of the stage and is not lit, and he like plays everything. I don't know who
Yeah,
the dude
yeah.
is. I don't know who the dude is, but like he like,
I always say it's AC Slater. That's just my little joke answer, but because he's an initial name or something like that. He's from like Slayer and shit. I heard about him. Yeah,
but he like
but yeah,
that. That's the dude.
he plays
That's
off
the dude that
curtain, just like just like the Doors had a bass player who played off curtain or
off
whatever.
curtain. Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a
I
rumor
mean,
that the Ramones had Daniel Ray play behind the stacks when they were
yeah,
playing live. I don't know. That's right. It's plausible. It's
that sounds
plausible.
like something Brian. Yeah, that sounds like something Brian would tell me. I don't know. I don't know, but
When
I
so
do know that the
I sent him
Misfits.
that I sent him that boost pedal because he wasn't getting enough gain from his amp, and I was like, well, an
Mm,
orange was not probably what you want, like unless you get like a Thunderverb or something. It's a classic rock amp. So
right,
he's like,
right.
I don't want to change
Mono-tone.
my tone, but I want more gain. That's why I got him the clean boost. And he's like, yeah, my
That's
sound
cool.
is, and I was like, your sound needs to change, dude. Like, I was like, guitar mids are the most important thing, and I've learned that later on. I learned that in the
Oh yeah,
Magnums actually, but that the mid is the most important frequency on your guitar.
right, right. You
He was
used to
like,
be more of a mid killer. Like when we were on our PVs and stuff, you were more of a mid killer back in those days.
yeah, yeah, because I was like, oh, it sounds the crunchiest, but when everything's together, it doesn't sound awesome. You got to listen to
Yeah, it's
everything in the
missing that.
context.
It's missing the guts. That's the mid. The mid is the guts. So
You're
it's kind of it's cool when you're doing it with like turntables and like one of them has the mids up and one of them doesn't because you just want the accents off of the other one.
Also, it doesn't matter what you sound like by yourself. It matters what you sound like in the context of the whole thing. So now I got a weird setup now. I've told you before on the phone, but the main when I only run one, it's like a weird preamp pedal I use, but I'm usually like bass on like 6, mids on like 8, treble on like 5.
4? Oh, 5. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, 5. Yeah, because unless you're the Dead Kennedys, you don't want a bunch of treble.
Yeah. No, I said 4. Yeah, but I'm more bass, so makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, like mids are the most, the most, and like the worst trend was in the early 2000s when everyone fucking scooped their shit. When guitar
Yeah.
players were cranking the treble and the bass and taking down the mids, and like that was the worst. That was the worst era for popular music.
Dum-ba-da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah. I don't know what that song is, but that one.
But you know, man, I know
Yeah.
the song you're talking about, but there could have been 80 songs that talk like that, sounding like that, like the whole butt rock thing. When every singer decided to sing like this.
Yeah.
So some guy at
What the
work,
hell, man?
I told you the guy that said to Daniel, and I wish I heard it. He was like, Daniel was making fun of Pearl Jam, and the guy was like, "You don't live and breathe and like play and do all this shit with music." And Daniel was like, "Cool, man, but like music, it's subjective. I think this sucks." And
Hell
then
yeah,
we
man.
found we Googled Weird Al Yankovic has a song called "Butt Rock Anthem," and we were like, we're just gonna fucking
Yeah,
hit this. It wasn't on the jukebox. How was Butt
yeah,
Rock
that's the
Anthem not on the
problem. Yeah,
jukebox?
that's the problem.
Like,
Yeah, that's where it comes back to it, man. I ask Alexa, and it's not on there. You know.
fucking, if, I was about to Weird Al that motherfucker, dude. Man, I respect the shit out of Weird Al. He's playing this summer at Wolf Trap. I think I'm gonna go.
Wolf
Remember,
Trap sounds. I mean, that's a great place, man. That's a great place.
I have never been there, but I've heard if you get a lawn ticket, you could bring like a cooler in with food and your own beer and all that shit.
You can do
I
that.
know.
Yeah, you bring in your own wine and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Way back in the
I went
day.
there. I went there for cello. So I went there for Yo Yo Ma, and there was like these young kids. You know, they were playing bass and cello instruments and shit, and they played fantastic music. These young kids, you know, they played like cartoon, like traffic jam. They played a traffic
Oh,
jam
that's
on
pretty
all
cool.
instruments. Oh, it was
That's pretty
fucking
cool.
awesome. And when you're on Wolf Trap and you're up high, you know, because it's an amphitheater, everything reverberates through the ground. You're up high, you feel everything. It was awesome.
So it sounds good there too.
Yeah. Yep.
I know.
And
I
you
just
bring
remember
your own
way back
shit.
in the day. Way back in the day, Fat Chuck told me that Weird Al Yankovic was one of his favorite fucking concerts he ever went to. And then like
Right?
10 years later, like that dude Keith from the Overprivileged was like, have you ever seen Weird Al? And I'm like, no. And he was like, it's one of the best concerts here. And these are two dudes I would never expect to have seen Weird Al. And both of them are like, that was one of the best fucking, you know, I mean,
Hey
like,
man. Everybody has a sense of humor, you know what I mean?
yeah.
It's like when Jason was living with me and he was like, hey, I hate to tell you this. What? The first show I went to, I didn't really like it. So what? I don't care. Well, it was the Cars. I'm sorry. You know, I'm like, so what? Like, you didn't understand. You didn't care for the Cars back then, you know?
I mean, everyone
But
likes
he
it. Like,
felt like, you know, he felt bad.
dude, in like the last 10 years, like you would never expect. I got really into ZZ Top. Like the fucking Billy Gibbons is one of my favorite guitar players, dude. And I saw him recently at Birchmere, small place.
Okay.
He was
Okay. I've
he
been
was
there. Yeah.
awesome.
I saw
He was
ICP at the
awesome, dude.
Birchmere. Like, look at that. ICP at
It
the
was his
Birchmere.
it was his solo band. Birchmere was weird though because it's all tables. There's no standing. It's all like, and also my girlfriend doesn't drink, but you know you got to get two people to order a pitcher of beer. It was only like $20 for a pitcher of beer. I got two of them. I think my JMOs were like $10, which isn't at a concert venue. That's not bad, dude.
Right. Right.
I got a
No,
little ripped, and I saw Billy Gibbons was fucking awesome, dude. And that motherfucker plays his strings are like 7 to 38.
okay.
He says work smarter, not harder. I can't imagine like I mine aren't heavy. I use the thin thicks. I use the 10 to 52s.
Yeah.
But 7 to 38, dude. Like, what do you? What do you like? Are you a 10 guy, 11 guy?
Um, yeah, I stay at about 11, I think. Yeah.
So you're probably 11 to 52 or 11 to
Probably. I
50 or
don't know
something.
all the way down, you know.
Yeah,
But it
I like
sounds like
the
he's playing a loop. You know, it sounds like he's playing a fucking loop, you know. It's
so.
different.
But the thing he did that I've never seen anyone do. So he had no pedals. He had a bunch of his Magnatone signature amps behind him. The way he controlled the volume and the gain was all in how hard he picked and the volume knob on the guitar. And it was like a
Right.
master class. It was like a master class in like this is how you fucking do it, dude. You don't need a bunch of shit, like you know.
Yeah, they never fuck with their own volume knob. I mean, I've done it a couple of times on recordings and it came out
I,
really cool, but
I've
people
learned
don't do that.
recently.
And also, if it's dirty, right, it's gonna have that. So you really can't sometimes. You know what I mean? You just can't do that.
Well, I told you earlier. I use less gain now, but I have some stages. I got the boost in the guitar, and I keep a boost on my. I have a pedal board with no effects. It has 2 amps on it, an AV box. I got an EQ pedal for one, and I have a clean boost, which just kind of gives you a little bit more. But I've started using the volume knob on the guitar to just clean because I don't have a clean channel. So if I don't
Right,
have the boost
right,
engaged, it's like dirty, but it's like Marshall dirty. It's not crazy distorted. But if I need to clean up, I just roll the volume knob back. And I wish I knew this years ago. I was in like my 40s when I learned the volume knob is your friend.
right, right, right. Most
It's
people
so
don't touch it.
it's so like it's so helpful. It's so simple. Like it's at least for me now and what I'm doing. It's I use it a lot, and I never ever used it before. Like everything was always dimed.
Right, right. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess you get older,
Well, I
your taste
mean,
change.
I mean, Mike, remember he turned everything up, which I hated because I'm a bass player, and he on his bass he turned everything that way and he taped it, which I hate because that means that he had the tone knob all the way to high. As a bass player, that just hurts my feelings. You have to kick that back behind halfway at least. You know, but he would just tape them that way. Mike from the Goons. He would
We
just
uh we
tape them
played with
all.
we played with him last summer in Richmond, and he got a new
Yeah.
bass. So he said he had the SVT, whatever, the big 810, and the it wasn't a tube SVT head, but it was one of the like rack mount ones. And
Right.
he was like, man, he's like that shit was too heavy. I got rid of it. He got the Fender Rumble.
Hmm.
I don't know what the head is, but he was like, my
Okay.
head weighs like 8 pounds, and he has a
Wow.
410 and a 115. But he said the cabinets are only like 30 pounds a piece, and he's like, it sounded fucking great, dude. It sounded great, and he was
Right.
like, he was like, I could pick this up, and it's no problem, and it's light, and people. One of my regulars at the bar plays in like a cover band, and he has the
Hmm.
Mark bass brand amp, and apparently his cabs are. He has a 15 and a, I think it's a 212. It's weird, not a 210. But he said
Right.
his cabs are like they're like less than 30 pounds a piece.
Damn, man.
I don't
Yep.
know how
I don't
bass
know
amps,
anything about that.
but I don't know how
I know
bass
about
amps you can.
Jimmy Sullivan saying he needed to take a shit everywhere we went so that I could put his bass amp on my back and walk it up like a mule
Yeah,
when he took a shit. That's all I
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
That
That was
thing
that was a
definitely wasn't a 40-pound situation.
no.
And
That was heavy as shit because that was like an '80s PV.
it had the
That
little bells at the
motherfucker.
bottom where you're supposed to
That
put
mother,
wheels on it, but he didn't put wheels on it. He just put it on me.
dude. I had to help carry that shit in a bunch. Dude, that motherfucker. People make fun of singers for like never carrying shit in. He might have
Right.
been
They
the
don't even
worst.
open a little bag and pull out a microphone of their own, right? They don't.
He
That's fair enough.
he he might have been the worst guy about carrying equipment.
It
Like
was my
even in
karma because I didn't have my own amp. I had to carry Jimmy's because I didn't have one.
dude, I tried, but why can't guitar amps? Why can't they make a light guitar cabinet that sounds good? I bought one time years ago that was like it was like the lightest 412 I could find. It was a Marshall MG or something, and it sounded like shit.
I bought an old school 410, which had it had like a matrix wiring so that it would do like an actual like what do you call that? Like an oscillation between the speakers, like detachable penis effect. Rump, rump, rump,
Oh,
rump.
yeah, yeah, vibrato
So, yeah,
or
and so I bought a
either
410.
for
I
guitar.
bought a 410 Fender. It only weighed like 30 pounds. It was so fucking light.
That so the Marshall one I got that was like 50 or 55. It sounded like shit. And I had an old box
Yeah.
that I blew the speakers in. Remember the custom tuck and roll cabs
Hmm.
with the it had the what you know what I'm talking about. It had like looked like a car
Yeah.
seat on the outside.
Right.
So I took the speakers out of the Marshall. I was like, maybe the box is just shitty because it was like particle board. And I put it in the custom box and it sounded like 10 times better because it was like real wood and it was like ported and divided and it like the
Right.
box construction is real. So I showed you I have three of them now. The one's a piece of shit I
Right.
got for $50 because you're not gonna not buy a cab for $50. It sounds okay. But my Marshall cab's like
Right.
104 pounds. The 5151, the white one, it's 88 pounds. And like no one else in the band can tell a difference. But when I have to carry it in, I'm like, that's 16 pounds. You can tell a
Right.
difference. And it
Right.
it
Right.
sounds
Right. Right.
it sounds better than the Marshall too. But weights, I don't understand how bass, like the bottom end is the most important thing. You could get a light bass amp that sounds amazing, but how's guitar not gotten there yet?
Right. Right.
How have
Right.
we not
Right.
gotten there with guitar yet, dude?
I mean, this is such honestly like it's such a young art. They used to like, do that Hawaiian shit with the, knives and shit to make that guitar louder. It wasn't that long ago, Jack. So I don't know how to answer you yet. You know what I mean? That wasn't that long ago. They were just trying to fill the room and be the main instrument, as a trumpet was probably right before that. I love
Right now, but it's
music. I'm trying to figure it out, but I can't even answer you because we're babies.
yeah, we are, yeah, yeah. And like, dude, I'm always tweaking my shit. Like the other guys in my band thinking like you have to do this, you have to do that. I told you earlier, man. There's a bunch of different ways to get to the finish line, and like whatever works. I have my so I have two real guitar heads that I don't use that are in my closet, and I have the preamp and a power amp, and then I have another tiny head on my pedal board. So if I'm borrowing caps, all I got to do is just show up with the shit to make it easy.
Right,
But
right.
it's whatever. I guess it's whatever works for you. But like I don't know, I'm about convenience. Like the reamping thing I told you about when everyone was like, I don't understand that. I'm like, well, it's we're in the future, bud.
Oh yeah,
Like even
yeah. The best, the first. I don't even. I wasn't with you. It wasn't even with you. But the first time I recorded, dude brought out like a Fender head, right? Nothing, no speakers or whatever. But he tuned in like the tube of it and whatnot, and just made this warm, clean signal that was coming in. And
just
then he
direct in.
showed you, yeah, and he showed you how he could triple it. This one has, that effect on it. This one has that mastering on it, and then here's just the straight signal. And so, like, yeah, reamping, like, yeah, I mean, it's the only thing, that makes sense.
Like
Yo, what's up, Frankie O'Banion?
if you get the track right, there's no reason to be stuck to a particular sound.
Right, right.
And I honestly, I even thought about just using a sim, like a computer sim, but that would have
Yeah.
totally freaked those guys out if I did that. But
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
so
yeah.
many
You're going
bands.
to take,
There's so
that'll be like, you got to wait a couple more recordings with them before you
I
blow their
do.
minds.
I do. And like the only thing I'm worried about with the Magnums recording is I told Paul, I was like, we're gonna have to reamp. But I was like, I was like, you should just use a Sans amp. He was like, I have to use my SVT and I have to use this. And I'm like, but you could just use a Sans amp and it's gonna sound really good. It's like a $200 box that is like the best recorded. There's so many bands that use that for the bass.
Right, right.
It might literally guitar, bass, whatever. It might be the greatest pedal ever made because you could get an amazing bass tone.
Everybody would just placate me, and they would give me there was a $70 box, the old 80s box, the direct box for the bass. They would put that
Yeah.
$70 box and they would placate me and say, oh, go play ahead, play through your amp and whatever. And they would show me both signals. And the signal that we kept was the one that they got clear and clean and they were able to
And then
deal
yeah.
with,
Yes,
yeah,
yes. And
yeah.
then you just
Yeah, it was like, yeah, do you really love your bass amp? Yes, I do in the room, but I don't give a shit. I get what you're saying. Your
Also,
main
what
signal
the
is not perfect. You know.
what the microphone hears is not what you hear in the room.
Oh no, it's nothing. No, no. You have to learn the differences. You have to predictively learn.
I learned that on the second Magnum's recording. Like I brought both my amps. I had the Ampeg at the time, and I had a Marshall JCM 800. And he's like, set your amps like how you want. And I said to him, I was like, this sounds fucking awesome. He was like, all right, take your head down here and lean right into the speaker. He's like, because like the mic is not hearing what you hear back here.
Right.
So I was
It's
like,
a
you know what, dude? I was like,
it's a cardioid pattern, Muzzy. Frankie
yeah,
O'Banion says, we're definitely having a resurrection, but it's a cardioid pattern. So when I want to
yeah.
play music, I think about how it sounds good right here, because I'm on this stupid phone. But right here, how does it sound right fucking there? That's what it's going to sound like over there.
So I literally no egoed myself, and I was like, the guy that recorded us, his name was Mike. I was like, Mike, you do this for a living. Just set me up how you think it's going to sound best. Set it up. And I let him do it, and it was the best recorded guitar tone I ever had.
Yeah.
Because I let the guy, he knows, man. He knows the room, he knows his mics, he knows his preamps, he knows, like, the worst thing you could do is go into the studio and be a dick and not.
Right.
That guy fucking knows, man. And I learned a trick.
I
It was
was,
funny. I learned it from Ryder years ago, and it's rare that we play a show where everything's mic'd and there's a sound person. But when there is, the first thing I do is I go up to the sound person and I was like, I give them $50, and I'm like, I'm sorry, everyone else in my band is going to annoy you, and we always sound great, and they appreciate it. I'm like, I know you do a thankless job.
yeah.
I'm not going to fuck with you. Do your thing, because you know the room. Like, I mean, that's
The
someone's fucking living.
acoustics, you know what it sounds like. You know how to make people shine, make them sound good.
We played that 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 uh that Salisbury Center in Manassas, which surprised me. It's in like a strip mall, and I guess
Hmm.
it used to be a movie theater or something. But like the room's big, and so we played the daycare.
There's like a golf mini golf in front of it. It used to be a movie theater, if that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It was a mini golf next to it, but yeah, yeah. You go in, and there's a
Yeah.
so the we were the first of four
I
bands, which
saw
I don't
I
think
saw
I don't.
Triple X there. I saw Vin Diesel XXX. Saw that
Oh,
one
back in the
there.
day.
It was a beat up
So,
film too, man. It was like the $1 version. It was a beat up film. It was all
uh,
fucked up. Right,
so we were the first out of four bands. I don't think we should have been first, but that's whatever. Beside the point. But you know what I did? I fucking tipped the sound guy, and like a bunch of our buddies they were like, well, daycare sounded the best because they had like a 45-minute sound check. They were like, but you guys sounded better than the two bands that played after you. And I was like, yeah, I know why that happened.
right, right.
You
So
got to
you were playing
respect.
with the daycare swindlers. They're still around.
Occasionally, it was the 25th anniversary of their first record, so they were doing a
Okay.
show for that.
Right on, right on.
But yeah, they were like, but the other two bands kind of crapped on the sound guy a little bit, and you know what I did not do? I made friends with the sound
Yeah.
guy.
Right. Well, I never dropped a guy any money, but I always knew how to show up early. And we had that sound guy at the Black Cat who like fixed my guitar, and it's still fixed. He
Uh,
soldered it up and everything. Remember that shit? You came later, and I was like, "Oh, he fixed the whole thing."
do you
It's still
remember when Jimmy didn't plug the head into the cabinet? And
no.
yeah, yeah, yes, at the Black Cat, and Doug took the DI and just put it through everything and EQ'd it. And
Right.
it was like the end of the set. Jimmy's like, I can't hear myself, and I talked to him afterwards. He's like, yeah. He was like, I don't know. There was no signal coming from your bass player's amp, so I just took the DI and I fucking did this, and he saved our asses because
Right? Is that like
Jimmy Jimmy forgot to plug the head.
the thing is, I did not play with you guys the last time. I
It wasn't the
just
last
like I
time.
was an
It
asshole.
was the time we played with the queers.
Okay, okay, because yeah, I remember that one. Okay, okay, because the
Jimmy
last
did
time,
not.
you know, what happened? I don't even remember. I thought we were banned for life anyway. You know,
No, no,
but
we
you
were
guys
fine.
played one more time, man.
You were out of town for something, and then like Jimmy and I got into it backstage because he was being a fucking cock.
I lied about being out of town because the last time that I came back in August, I was out of town and my bass like fell apart. I don't know if I was thinking I was playing for Cindy Lou Who. So I lied to you guys about being out of town for the last Reject show because I was just like, what are we doing? I lied. I said I was out of town. It was an excuse. And
It
I
was
don't know
not a
what
fu-
happened, man. Did Brian play for me or something? He probably did.
No, he played one song at the end, and but it like, dude, that show was so uncomfortable because Jimmy and I got into it backstage, and then like Emma tried to bro down
I
with
would
me.
never be able to deal with you guys fighting backstage, man.
I mean, it wasn't physical. It was like, and then like Emma tried to bro down with me, and look, dude, I took the 22 shit personally. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I think I
No
kind of should
shit.
have.
No fucking shit, dude. No shit. You took it personally. It was personal.
I mean, like, I think I said something to Emma, like, I was like, you quit our band. I just don't, I was like, I think I said something like, I can't talk to you right now.
No, it makes sense, dude. It makes sense. No, it was personal. It was just, it was hard. And they told me, don't say anything. Ooh. It was the worst
The biggest
thing.
thing was the fact that Emma let it go. And that band was fucking lame. Let's throw some fucking go-go. Let's fucking force some go-go in there.
Mm,
Whatever. Not like we were awesome. Not saying we were awesome. We were fast
I'm not
though.
either. No, not either.
We was
Not
we
either.
was we was fast though.
Yeah, we were fast. I'm still
We were.
fast, man. I'll still do it.
Dude, what I see every now and then? Every time we play in Richmond, I run into Barry. It's so good to see that guy. He
Yeah,
brings the sun out with him, and like that dude, that guy's the man.
that's awesome, man. Yeah. Barry used to get an ounce and he took all the stems and seeds and then he made it to his proper quarters or whatever and he split it up based on what was left. So you can't weigh it, but it was cleaned already. That was the Barry, eighth or whatever.
Mm.
You can't weigh it, but it was already cleaned. You saw him
It
do it
was a
though.
it
So
was a time
you knew it
saver.
was legit. You knew it was legit. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was a time saver, dude.
Yeah,
Anyways,
recently,
man.
because I use grinders like everybody, right? But recently I
Mm,
started throwing them in like little dime bags to grind them up by hand just to be like old school. Anyways, you got to go?
no, you know what, man. I'm gonna grab one more beer. I got one beer left in the
Hell
fridge.
yeah, man.
So probably
But
20
yeah,
minutes. I don't have shit to do. I don't have shit to do tomorrow, man. I
occasionally
got the
I've
day
been
off.
throwing them back in a dime bag just to grind them up by hand and just be like, like I used to be. We didn't have grinders. There was no grinder store. There was no vape store. All that shit. It didn't exist.
We had nothing fancy back in the day, dude. Remember, we all had
Jack
that.
was always
We
talking
all.
about pencil packs. Pencil packs.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was a real thing. That was an absolute real thing. And I liked when you would get some hash and you just shove a chunk of hash in the end of your cigarette.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Can
It's
you even
better
buy
than
hash
just
anymore?
Well,
And
you
like
don't need
it's
to
hash sim,
anymore
I think.
because there's so much keef now. But no, they make hash now. They make it with ice water. They make it with ice water.
Really? Remember when
But you
Emmer
don't
brought
really
that
have to
hash back?
buy it.
You
You
remember
don't
when
have to
Emmer
buy
brought that
hash
hash?
anymore because there's so much damn keef. You know how they make pre rolls and shit. Well, keef flies
Yeah.
everywhere, and then they scrape all that up. You know.
You remember when Emmer brought that hash back from Turkey when he hollowed out his fucking sneakers and put the fucking hash in his sneakers and glued it back? We were smoking the shit out of that stuff.
I don't remember him doing that. You might that might actually predate me, but I had that one Afghani friend who came back. He just put it in his Marlboro Light pack and put it in his fucking chest. But he brought me a quarter ounce, like one
Oh, that's
stick of fucking actual Afghani. And I mean, it took me 4 months to get through that shit. A quarter
no.
ounce of real
Emmer's was
Afghani.
Emmer's was Turkish.
Right, right,
I
right,
think
right, right.
I think it was man. It was when fucking he was in Turkey when Jim filled in on drums for us for that summer.
I
Because
thought I
we had
thought
that guy
Jim was
Jason,
filling in
we had
because
that
he
guy.
went to French school.
What's up? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I said I thought Jim was filling in because he went to French school or whatever that
No, no,
time. You
no,
know.
no. His parents got pissed at him and they sent him to Turkey to work for his dad's bus company. And
To
we
Olgan
had that guy.
Ocean the Olgan Ocean Call Company. Yes,
"Yeah, you've been smoking. I've been
I've been
smoking. Have a beer."
smoking. The
His dad
Olgan
was awesome.
Ocean Call Bus Company. Yes. Oh yeah, man. His dad had one of those Kim Jong Un type haircuts. Man, this is real severe. Real severe.
Yeah, yeah. They sent him there for the summer. And remember we had that guy Jason play drums for one show, and he got so nervous he lost his
Yep.
like hi hat or something, but it was like under his jacket next to the drum kit. And then we were like, we can't use this guy again. And then we got
Right.
Jim,
Right.
who Jim filled in pretty okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
He filled in pretty
he
okay
had
for
no
us, you
idea.
know.
He had no idea what was going on. He didn't know what punk rock was. It was so fucking funny.
No,
That was hilarious. It was
no, but he did
hilarious.
it.
You know what I
But
mean?
you know, man, he did okay. He did okay. I almost
Yeah,
feel
he
like
did.
what I know he's gonna. So I talk to Kristen every now and then, and she got kind of pissed that we're doing the Magnums thing. I'm sure
Yeah.
if Jim finds out about it, he's gonna get pissed about it. But like, it is what it is, dude.
Well,
Like,
I'm
you
glad
know,
I'm glad you came up and said it because obviously, know, he's up here all the time. He's gonna hear it. He's gonna know, and that's okay. That's okay, man.
but he
That's the
wasn't
way to
even like
do it.
so. So if I
So
break
he's not
down
gonna
the
be like,
whole,
look, dude, comparing him to maybe Kristen's response, because like I said, and you're saying it's Eric. Jim's gonna be like, good for Eric, actually.
do you think he will?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, because
So
he always said that Eric had too many hangups, but should have been able to be free. Maybe it
yeah,
took time.
he was a really good singer, but he just fucking crazy freaked out at this one show and like quit the band like while we were playing, like freaked out and quit the band. But Jim wasn't. So Jim started on drums and then he fucked up and we got Tommy who was in this band Hot Charlie that ended up playing in the Goons. He played drums for us, and then we
I
brought
know
Jim
Tom. Yeah,
back.
I know Tom.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Because
he's
me and Tony are like that. But fucking
yeah.
Tom was Tony's best friend in the world. And like other
He,
people are like you and Tony are like that. Yeah, me and Tony are like that. Fuck everybody else too, by the way. Like me and Tony are like that. Fuck you.
but then so I think that band the Magnums went astray when Jim came back in because we like the original band was like kind of melodic hardcore. And
Yeah.
then when Jim came back in, we tried to do like some like rock and roll shit that like it didn't fit the original. Like we liked what we were doing at the time, but it didn't fit the original vision of the band. So that's why we're doing it this way. And so dude, it's weird. Tom counted to four better than Jim, but Jim had fancy shit way better than Tom did. But now I got
Right.
Paul's gonna play with us, but I gotta rein in other Paul. That's gonna be fun.
So other Paul, you
Reining in.
mean as in to get the drums going?
No. So drummer Paul will be fine. He'll be the best drummer we've ever had.
Right.
But
Okay.
bass player Paul will. I mean,
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
I like the guy, but
I mean,
he was already like trying to say some shit about money, and I was like, "There's no money. What are we even talking about?" Like,
what money?
he's
Yeah,
like, "Well, I'm
money
gonna,"
is
and I
not
was like,
art. You fucking.
"Yeah,"
Where the fuck?
I
What
don't,
planet are you from?
yeah."
Money is not art. Like, shut the fuck
And
up. Like, you spend your
I got
money,
another,
stupid. You buy a DAT tape. You buy strings. You buy tape. You shut your
yeah. Well,
mouth and you buy shoes and you buy
yes.
string and you buy tape. You want money? You got money, right? You need money.
Well, it's funny. So I got my our Rise to Five drummer Paul's going to play drums for this, and then I want another guitar player. So my friend Ricky's going to play second guitar. And Paul was like, "Why don't
Cool.
you just like record like some tracks?" And I'm like, "Look, dude, I can record a bunch of tracks with a bunch of different amps, a bunch of different guitars, whatever, but it's still going to sound like me. What's going to fatten it up is a
Right.
guitar player that doesn't sound like me."
Yep.
And he's like, "Well, how are we going to split up the money?" And I'm like, "There's no
Not
money, dude. There's
not
no
that
money."
his playing, in the slap happies, it didn't add to it, Jack. He
No,
didn't beef it
no,
up, he didn't add to it. It sucked. It was like a
no.
mistake. It was a mistake,
You're
dude.
you are yeah, no, dude,
I hate
Joe.
to say that because any other guitar
I'm not
player,
disagreeing with you.
So I
You
just
know,
hate to say it.
like in hindsight, what we should have done is just had you record some guitar
Me
tracks.
record what?
We should have had
I
you
don't
because you were
know.
playing bass, but we should have had you record some guitar tracks too. Because, like I said, I could play 45 tracks, but it's just going to sound like me.
Yeah, I guess we could have
You,
done that. Yeah, for that, and then playing live, just forget about it. You just do. You just hop on this and that and this and that.
yeah. I
Yeah,
use enough gain anyways, and enough like it was fucking loud
yeah.
enough live that you know. But yeah,
Well,
we should have
when
done that.
you initially wanted me, you wanted me as more heft behind you, and that worked. In that, like, even in like the no effects way, that the second guitar player behind him gives him heft, and it worked like that. But
We were
it was
also
just he didn't do it. Paul didn't do it. It wasn't
no,
there. He was playing
no.
a hollow body and shit like that or whatever. I don't even know, but it just didn't add.
No, you are not wrong, my dude.
We find out it's a very expensive thing to find out, but we found out.
Well, I mean, like, fortunately, it wasn't very expensive, but you know, he's a much better bass player than guitar player,
Yeah,
and he's not like a super awesome bass player, but he's a much better bass player than guitar player.
right. Me too, man. Me too.
You can lock both down, but also I will say, and little bit of a compliment towards you. So a lot of people that do both are better at one. You can handle both no problem. Dave Stone
Yeah, I can
always says
handle both, no problem. And
you can
and
handle
that
both no
tape you
problem.
had where Danzig was playing bass, right? On the Misfits tape where Danzig was playing bass, he was actually fucking fantastic. You remember that? You had that
Well, I
tape
mean,
of the
like
Misfits. you
Uh,
know. So
fucking Legacy Brutality. He played all that shit.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you
Yeah,
had like
he
a
re
live one where he was playing bass. You know, he was plucking around. It was
Oh yeah,
awesome, dude.
yeah. I mean, he. But Dave, when he was doing the bass, Dave's a real good bass player. He always gets pissed when I
I know he is.
uh,
Yeah.
about playing the bass chorus. I'm like you're trying to rip off Guamper. He's like, Guamper and I used to be roommates. He's like, I showed Guamper how to play bass. I'm like, he's like, I'm ripping off Daryl Jennifer, and I'm like, Dave, the only reason I said that was to get you fired up.
Right,
That's
right,
the
right.
only reason I said that. But he's a good guitar player, good bass player. But he is 100% different on both, and it's a different approach to both, and it's weird to me.
Yeah. But he wants to play guitar more now, right? But I mean, he's
Yeah,
really good at bass. You know? Yeah.
yes, he's a good guitar player too. But he like the some of the. uh, That's all I'm talking about. He's good at both. That's all I'm saying. He's good at both. He's good at
He
both.
said
Like
some of the
dude, I could play bass in a punk band, but when I say I would play bass like a guitar player, you know exactly what I mean.
yeah, I do, I do.
I
Guitar
had to play
players,
bass.
they do not understand rests properly. And so if
No,
you're a guitar player and you play the fucking drums, you really suck because you count and you count and you count. And it's just like, we can tell. We can fucking tell. You think you're
I
getting away with it, you
yeah,
know, but we can tell.
I had to play bass for a Spitfire show one time because Chris couldn't come down. We were on tour, but he couldn't join
Right,
us till like day two or something. So I had to play bass on the first show in North Carolina, and like I pulled it off. I didn't do a bunch of the fills he did. I just kind of played it straight, but I was not comfortable.
right, 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 right. Yeah, and there's no and I mean that's fine, you know. And a guitar player will do that, you know, here and there and here and there everywhere. But when they try to do their own drums and they justify it by being able to count, it just doesn't work. They don't know
No,
what
because
that swing is because they don't know what
you
a
have to have a
rev
feel
is.
and you have to have a feel and a God damn it, like almost like a swing when you play drums.
It's a swing, yeah. It's a dotted rest that you have to have. You need to know that you need to know how to hold your fucking breath.
It is. It's also weird though that like the only fucking genre of music where it seems like every band has a guitar player that fills in on drums is like the doom metal. There's
Doom
so many
metal,
doom metal. There's so many doom metal bands I've heard that like our drummer quit. Well, we got this guy that like is playing. It's a guitar player that's playing drums for us right now because it's all like one, two, three.
any kind of like a two-man metal or whatever works out like that, you know what I mean? And like, so you know, I'm huge into like grindcore and a lot of those things just because you can hear the control again. Remember how somebody has to have the final say, somebody has to be in charge in
There's
the
got to be a
two-man metal,
tiebreaker.
you know. Yeah, but you can hear that it's actually just like bros, you know, like a two-man mind fighting. Sometimes he
A
has a
two
drum
man
machine, sometimes he has real, you know.
a two man metal band is always it's the guitar player singer who fucking holds the cards, and then the drummer
Yeah.
who probably your drummer quit, so it's probably just a guitar player playing drums for you.
Yeah, and a lot of times they play drum machines, but then they also, you know, challenge you into different twists or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a different kind of music. That kind of music though,
Oh,
it's
it
not
sure
made
is.
for people. It's not made for people. It's actually made for the musicians. Like you know, like grindcore and that kind of music. Like really, they could give a shit if you ever listen to it. They really don't care. They're
They don't give a
basically
fuck. No,
playing to,
you're correct.
you know, tickle their insides. You know,
Although I would,
they really don't
fuck,
care.
Napalm Death is on tour with the Melvins right now. If I don't know
Right?
if they're coming around here, but I would go if they were coming around because I've seen the Melvins a few times. I saw Napalm Death once, They were
Right?
good. They were good.
I'd love to see Napalm Death. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, they're on the road with the Melvins. I don't know if they're coming around here though,
Man,
and I don't know
I think
if they were. Where would they play around here? Black
the
Cat.
State Theater, maybe like the State Theater, I guess.
That's a weird because that's like a sit down spot. I don't know because they
We
wouldn't
don't
have
have
they wouldn't
much,
be able to.
man. They're not playing at Wolf Trap, and the real problem is now most of these places they're staffed up by fucking tribute bands. You know, I mean, like the Melvins, maybe they'll play it like Sonar or whatever's left in Baltimore, right?
Yeah, because they wouldn't. Do you think they could fill 9:30 Napalm Death and the Melvins? But that's not even a show
Yeah,
that like 9:30 would put on.
nah, they probably wouldn't. No,
Maybe Atlantis, the like the recreation 9:30 behind 9:30. Maybe they could play there because I think it holds like 400 people or 500 people. I don't know. The two times
man,
I saw the Melvins, they were playing with Helmet, and it was like late
right?
90s, and it was awesome. Helmet is so
Yeah, that
bad
is
now, though.
awesome.
Helmet's
I didn't
so
even know
bad
they were
now.
still around, bro. I didn't even know they
Yeah,
were
yeah,
still
they keep
around.
they. It's a new rhythm section. The whole thing that made Helmet awesome was their rhythm section back in the day. The bass player, the
For
drummer,
sure.
the way they played was like Jeff Knowles and I. Every time we hang out, we always fucking get drunk and bro down about how Meantime is one of the few albums you could put on and not have to skip an entire track. Just listen to it front to back.
I am so glad when I heard they were like repressing it or whatever. I was like, oh shit, I better get one. You know, so I got a vinyl one. It sounds so fucking great.
Oh, you got it on vinyl?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I
That's
heard that they
fucking
were repressing it. I was like, I better get an original right now, and I did. Yeah, and
that's fucking rad, dude.
I already had like a a unsung FMLA or whatever single or whatever. But
Yeah,
once I heard they were gonna repress it, I was like, oh, is that a thing? Oh no, it only came out once. I better get the original, and I did, and it sounds so much better.
I got some. So I have some buddies that are like a couple years younger than us. So when they got into
Hmm.
Helmet, they got into Helmet on Betty, not on Meantime.
Right,
And they're
right,
like, Betty is like so like, look, dude, Betty's a good record. I'm not gonna say it's not a
right,
good record, but dude, it's not Meantime, dude.
right, right.
Like Meantime was. I mean, dude, fucking hey, man, you and I used to talk about this fucking 30 years ago or whatever,
Probably.
28 years ago or whatever. Like Meantime was
Right, yeah, dude. My firstborn, he just turned 21 the other day, so certainly it was 30 years ago,
holy
easily.
shit, yeah, yeah. Like I mean, back, dude, back in the fucking old school rejects days, man. Like we were like Helmet was. Emma and I saw them at Old 930, but it
Yeah,
was on the
yeah,
it was on the Betty tour. They still might be the loudest band I've ever seen. It's either
right,
them or Sleep. It's either them or Sleep was the loudest. Like I mean, they were like unnecessarily loud at Old 930 Club.
right.
Because you remember how small that place was, and they mic'd everything. It was so Paige had two full stacks. The other guitar player had one full stack. The bass player had two fucking SPTs with the 810s.
Right.
And then for their encore, they played the first 7-inch Born Annoying with this German guy, Casper Brosman, and it was another full stack. So it was like four
Oh
full
wow,
stacks
damn man.
and two SVTs. At what did fucking 930 Club hold? 200 people.
The old one, yeah, maybe 400, maybe 350.
I mean, it was, dude. It was, and it was also pumping through the PA. It was not only just stage volume; it was pumping through the PA. So it was fucking loud, dude. It was I don't know. So I have no desire to play loud. Like I used to love to play loud. The Magnums we used to bring our own PA just to mic the drums at shows. because
Right, right, right.
I was using two heads and two 412s, and Paul was using SVT with an 810, and then he had it split into a Fender guitar amp with a 412 with distortion on one side, and it was way too loud. When you were like 22, it's cool to crank shit like that. We would bring our own PA to mic the snare and the kick drum. It's
Right,
fucking
right.
retarded. That's stupid, dude.
Yeah,
Like
man. Yeah,
now,
man. When I bought like a cheap ass PA, I left it with Jimmy and whatever, and so we could mic up the drums and shit like that. He loved it. It was just like a tiny little kick though. You know what I mean? Like it just brought it up a little bit. It didn't really make a difference in the room. It wasn't loud or anything.
so we had long cables, and we would run the PA like
Yeah.
way in front of the band and put the speakers up there. So the kick and the uh it was just a kick and the snare we mic'd. But everything bleeds through those mics because they were fucking cheap
Yeah, you can
multi-directional
hear the
mics.
rest of the hardware and all that. Yeah, you can hear everything. Yeah.
So now it depends on the show. If we're mic'd, I only bring one amp, but I like to use. So I use two 412s like half the time, but I don't crank them. It's just for tone. It's not a crank thing. Because one, I have an
Yeah.
orange and I have the preamp thing, so they sound totally different, but they blend really well. But both of them are like volume on two. You know,
Right. Yeah.
it's a tone thing. It's not a. I'm over the crazy volume thing, dude.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
best
Yeah.
the best actually one of the greatest things that Skeeter ever told me was never turn your amp above the snare drum.
Oh, okay.
It's important.
Why the snare drum has to like duck that punch, or how does that work?
Well, because you got to hear the snare drum, right? Because in punk rock, that's going to be
Okay,
your 2 and 4 the whole time. And like
so
kick
it's for
drum, like
timing.
well, it's for the crowd. So you could if a band is turned up too loud and you can't hear the drums, it sounds like shit, right? Like you're
Oh,
always
there
going
you
to hear
go.
the
Okay,
cymbals. Yeah, you're always going to hear the cymbals.
It doesn't give them it doesn't give them the pop cue that they need.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're always going to hear the cymbals. The kick
Right.
drum, no one's going to ever hear the kick drum. If it's mic'd, you're going to feel it. If there's a break in
Yeah,
the
like
song or drum it, you're gonna. But you have to hear the snare drum.
Jimmy has said that very often that like, as far as he's concerned, like the Misfits doesn't have a kick drum. Like you can't hear it. Like it almost doesn't
No,
exist.
no. I
In
mean,
most of it, it
those
doesn't.
recordings were so, except for Walkamungus. Technically, those recordings were so bad. But I love.
Right.
Well, we said earlier the 12 hits from hell. Fucking like that's just it's raw, dude, and it's like it's awesome. It's awesome, man. Like I wish, like
Yeah,
so I have some shit.
like I said, there's another version of it called Prime Directive, Jersey Devil Records or whatever. I guess, literally it's probably through Bobby Steele or whatever. That's a really good version of it. It sounds good.
Sound better than 12 hits, you think? Which I don't know why they ever put out. Why they never put it out? Like
Well,
that,
because
that
Danzig complained. There's real promo flats. There's real like jewel case versions of it. I know somebody who has copies of it.
but it was
But it was supposed to be on the shelves and it didn't happen. But that was
but
him complaining.
it's fucking Static Age, right? Except they took Bobby Steele's guitar off of Static Age
I
when
think
they
it's
put
the
it out after the
LSP
band broke up.
sessions. No, it's not Static Age. It's the LSP sessions or whatever. They recorded them. It's basically, the first version of Walk Among Us before they left the East Coast. But what they were doing was like training Doyle onto how to play. This is
But then
also
too, like
when
I
Erie
dude,
Vaughn was in that. This is also when Erie
I
Vaughn started coming around as a photographer, right? He got,
yeah,
later on he gets pretty good position in the band. But it
dude,
basically it leads to the serve the master,
that
man.
guy,
Serve the master and you will be rewarded. What's up, William?
that guy, Erie Vaughn might have been the we were Joe. One of the guys I worked with, Ricky, is a very good bass player. He was in a metal band for a while, but now he does like studio sessions. They record shit for, but whatever. So Van Halen came on one night at work, and he's like, "Mike Anthony's the best one-note bass player of all time." And we were listening to it. And I was like, "Holy shit, he's just fucking." But Erie Vaughn was also like a one-note. Like listen to like fucking Twist of Cain. It's like do do do. But I'm not shitting on him. Like what else are you gonna do with that song? Or like, but a
Yeah,
lot of the
for
shit, like
sure,
Erie
for
Vaughn
sure.
he was not
He
technical, but
goes,
he served the
he goes,
song.
he goes, meow, meow,
Yeah.
meow, meow. Yeah, I would have hated to do that job. It's not fun
He
for
was.
me.
I'm gonna guess he was getting fucking.
Yeah. Well, again, like I said, that same session, look at all the cutthroat things that are going on. He's just coming in as a photographer. He doesn't even know what's going on, and he gets hired into middle management. So, obviously, like I said, if you serve the master, that's how that game works over there.
The guy that got
Defer to the
screwed the
boss.
worst. The guy that got screwed the worst though was when Sam Hain went to Danzig. Damien.
Well, Damien is in Sam Hain,
Yeah, but they kicked him
but
out. They kicked him out for John, and apparently it was like it was a totally fucked up, like hush hush, like Rick Rubin hates the guitar player. We're gonna get a new guitar player. But it worked out for
yeah,
Damon. He ended up playing with Iggy Pop for years.
and but that's funny because that's also why. That's also why you can't hear a proper unholy passion or whatever, is because Danzig, he got pissed off that he goes and plays for Iggy Pop and gets a better fucking job. Because they can say whatever that they lost the tapes. You can't lose the tapes and make the misery tomb out of it.
Was final Final Descent wasn't that Danzig re-recorded? He dicked them like he did the Misfits. Final Descent, Danzig
Yeah,
re-recorded all
he
the
just kicked, yeah, he
instruments,
did like Legacy, yeah, like Legacy, but he kicked Damien off.
but so he didn't have to pay anyone. That's a
Pretty
dick move.
much. Pretty
That's a
much.
dick move. I mean, that's a dick move.
I got the record, man. I got it. I got the real one. So,
Oh, you got
but
that? You
yeah,
got
it is a
Unholy
big one.
Passion? I
I
mean, like
got the
from
third
from
pressing. I got it from Italy. It came in a grass bag from Italy.
no shit. I mean, like, dude, but from all
Okay.
like from like ev- I've never met any of these dudes, but from every story I've ever heard, like Danzig is just a fucking asshole.
You never met any of these dudes, but from every story that we've heard, most of these people are, eh?
Yeah, we when I was in VPR, we played with well, he's in Danzig now, Steve Zing.
Yeah.
We played
Yeah.
with his band Doomtree, and it was before they did the Sam Hain reunion, and then now I guess the Sam Hain reunion got him at Danzig. Uh,
Right.
but it was at this little place in Arlington, the Royal Lee, and he like was
I've
drinking
been
beers with
there.
us
I
and was like,
played there. Yeah, I played there
uh,
so long ago. We played there. The Rejects played at the Royal League.
"Nah, we never did. We definitely never
Oh,
did."
okay,
Yeah, but
okay.
Steve Zing, we were like, once he got a little bit drunk, we were like, Danzig's a fucking dick, right? And he was like, man, he's a shitty guitar player, but he writes amazing songs. But he's like, yes, he's a fucking dick to work with.
Yeah, man.
But like, I mean, he wrote all that, like all the Misfits, Sam Hain shit. He wrote all that shit.
Right, right, right.
And it's if you see Jerry Only talk about it, he's like, we all wrote together. But if you see Doyle talk about it, he's like, no, fuck no. He's like, Glenn came in with all that shit written.
Yeah, yeah.
I,
Doyle's pretty quick to like just defer, like you know what I mean. But yeah, I guess Jerry
I mean, it's
only.
not like,
He was.
dude, the Jerry Only fronted Misfits were so bad.
Yeah, I absolutely love, especially now that they have the big version of 1950, Project 1950 with the bonuses. I mean, what a fabulous, disgusting disaster. I love listening to that shit. Oh, don't
You know what?
know.
Oh,
That's the worst
dude.
shit I've ever heard, man.
No, no. You know what's worse than that is there's two, and it's Misfits adjacent. Doyle's Gorgeous Frankenstein was worse than that.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
And did you hear Glenn Danzig's solo Skeletons album
I
with the
love
covers?
skeletons. I love it. I love it.
You like
I
it?
love it.
Oh, it's
Yep.
so
I
bad.
don't like the. I don't like the fucking. Danzig sings. That's horrible. But yeah, I love skeletons. That's really funny because that's what I'm saying. Like you missed it. Like the Misfits are playing. They were playing tonight at Coachella again, and that's what you missed. It's just like him, like hold the devil's angels. It's like really heavy-handed bullshit. He doesn't
That was the
remember
only
how
good
many
song on
woes
Skeletons.
anymore. It's huh?
Devil's Angels was the only good song on Skeletons because it sounded like a
Well, I'm
Misfit
just
song.
saying, like, that's what the Misfits sounds like tonight. It's like really heavy handed. He doesn't remember how many woes he did before. He just like, whoa, whoa.
It's
Like he doesn't
all,
even
dude.
remember. He doesn't fucking
It's
care.
all woes. It's all woes.
It's
We did
bullshit.
a
It's bullshit.
fuck, man. I had to like catch a key. We did a in VPR. We played a Halloween show and we did a whole Misfits cover set. So
Yeah.
John and I do all the whoa. So I had to like in practice like plug my finger in my ear to get the key right because I'm a fucking terrible singer. But we pulled it off. But we all had like we all put on the devil locks and the face paint
Right,
and
right,
did the
right,
whole Misfits cover set. It was fun, dude. It was fun. Like it was Halloween. It was a fun thing to do. Chris
right.
Suspect would have never done it, but he was that was the show where he came up and played the first couple songs with us when the 5-string bass confused the shit out of him. And we were like, just
Yeah,
ignore
yeah.
the B string,
Yeah, just
just
forget it. Yeah.
pretend it's not there.
The
It's
B.
it's a regular
Yeah,
bass, dude.
ignore the B.
And it was the same bass. So Chris played a Stingray. John had a 5-string
Yeah,
Stingray. It was the same fucking bass,
right.
just had one more string on it. Just ignore. But yeah, so then we did the
The
Misfit
B.
set
The B.
after.
Yeah, ignore the B.
It was a what?
The B. Ignore the B.
Yeah, the B. Ignore that's what I didn't say the D. I said the B.
Yeah, you
I
did.
know
You said
it's
it
a
right.
B. Yeah. It's yeah.
You
Just
said it right.
just fucking ignore it, dude. I played my buddy Coop's got an 8-string guitar. That's
Wow.
fucking weird. That's weird.
That is weird, dude. That is
It's
weird.
unnecessary. A guitar doesn't need to play that low. It doesn't need to.
3 fingers at a time, man. 3 fingers at a time.
Dude, the bottom string and it's like fuck, what's the bottom? Is it a G? No, because B. So
I don't know. I mean,
I
look,
gotta
by
I
the
gotta
way,
really
people, it's very standard. It's very standard to tune down to C anyway, right now. You know what I mean? Everything is lower tuned than what we used to play.
I mean we well we tutored whatever who was ever but
Well,
every band I've ever played.
you're still standard tuning. Like the music you're playing, you're still standard tuning up to E. Like it's
Correct.
pretty standard to be in like a B or a C right now, just because music has shifted in such a way, you know?
When I was in that band, Thought Out, though, after VPR, which was actually my favorite band I was ever in, we wrote everything together. We were thinking about going to E flat because it was
Right.
very thrashy,
Right.
but then we were like, "No, you know what, man? Like we wrote all these songs in E. We're just gonna keep it in E." But Ernie played the
I
five
think
string bass, and he would drop low a bunch of times.
we mostly played almost E flat anyway. I think it was all pretty normal
Oh,
that it was a little bit lower.
yeah, yeah. But there's I don't know,
I
like
think
my buddy Sean was in a band where they were tuned to G,
yeah.
but they would use a pedal sometimes, and they would drop E an octave down. Like that's at that point your fucking guitar is basically a bass six. Like,
Those are those brown notes, man. But I had to ask a guy, who was with my uncle or whatever, because he's in like a real modern metal band, and they do two different tunings. They do a B tuning and they do a C tuning, and they're different. One of them is standard and one of them is more of a harmonic tuning or whatever. It's pretty
do they
crazy, and I
do they
started fucking
switch
around with it.
do they switch guitars
Um,
or do they just
yeah, they
retune on
switch
stage?
guitars. They have a tech. Yeah, they have a tech who tunes them.
Yeah, because there's
But
bands
I
that
I
like
got I got like an app on the phone to like tune like that. And so it's pretty cool, except I have to like press the button on the app and play, press the button on the app and play. You know what I mean? So that part's a little bit inconvenient, but when you get them in tune and you start using those, it's pretty cool what you come up with. And
there's I'm like I would be confused as shit to use a weird tuning like whatever drop D or just down tune the whole thing. I'm fine with that, but there's like some tunings that people use that I see on uh I always watch the rig rundowns, the Premier guitar. I
yeah.
love those just because I'm a geek like that. But some of them are like, yeah, well, we
Oh yeah,
tuned.
when they talk about like a specific artist and what they have, right?
Yeah, well, I have six different
Yeah.
guitars because we play our set in six different tunings, and I'm like, holy shit! Like, how do you? I good on you for
It's
being able to do
crazy.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I learned how to play an E, and I play an E.
Right.
And I've
Right.
got the floor tuner is the greatest thing. I wish we had those in the rejects. The old floor tuner where it cuts your signal and you.
Anything. Anything. If we had anything, it would have been
Hey
good.
man, we were fucking teenagers.
Yeah, I
We
know,
were
I know.
teenagers. It wasn't awesome. You know what, man? And there's worse shit that I've seen. Oh, dude, fucking the goons are playing with Violent Society at the Black Cat next month.
I know. I saw that. I know.
I don't even care about the goons because I saw them recently. We played with them. Oh, their new drummer fucking sucks, dude, and that sucks
Oh
because
yeah.
like yeah,
Who's
like
playing? Who's playing?
this guy his name's Jack as well, but he's like a
Because
crazy.
when I
He's a
saw him, it
crazy.
was Lee, right? When I saw
Yeah,
them play,
yeah.
it was Lee.
Yeah, because Ben was supposed to play that, and they kicked him out because he couldn't remember the songs. And they
Dude,
got Lee to
I
play
met
at
Ben
the Black
outside
Hat
of
show.
that show. Ben was messed up, bro.
Yeah, well, I guess he's never going to be the same, but he's doing better right now. So,
Good.
like, good.
I'm glad he's alive, man, because that shit was
Yes,
going bad. That shit was going bad.
yeah, yeah. He had a stroke, and like, I guess the worst thing was he got out of his car and he fell down and hit his head on the curb, and they had to put like staples from like here to like here in his head, and he was in a coma because they had to like wait for the brain swelling to go down, and they had to actually take a piece of his skull out to like
Yeah,
allow the. It was nuts,
because
but yeah,
relieving
no. So
pressure.
the goons drummer is a fucking. When we played with them, I saw the video when they did the Black Hat show, and Brian like called me because I guess he saw it on YouTube or something. And he was like, "It's fucked up. They're doing shows without Pat." And I was like, "Well, Pat and Joey were best friends. They were in a band together, and like Pat picked Joey to play with them." I was like, "Brian, it's
Right.
fucking fine." Like he was like, "Well, it's kind of lame," and he was like, "I made that band." I was like, "Ah, Mike made that band, dude. Mike wrote all that cool shit, you know." But so the new
Right.
drummer's like he's a very light hitter, and he's a fucking big ass dude. He's probably 6'3", 270 pounds, and it's weird that he's a light hitter.
Yeah.
I don't know. My favorite drummer for
But
the Goons, and
you want to see Violent Society again, right?
I I do, man. I really do. I bet you we played with them like fucking 10, 15 times back in the day.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And then when I was in Spitfires, we probably played with them another 5 times.
Yeah.
And every time I saw them, there's no way Pat would remember me now. But well, I mean, if I brought
Right.
it up, he would. But when I was in
Yeah, you
Spitfires,
would. Yeah, yeah.
we played with them, and Pat was like, "The Rejects." Like that guy was one of the nicest guys. But
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
he's real fucking fat now, dude.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, he's a big dude. He is a big dude. Like I hope he's healthy. I guess. Well,
Yeah.
remember back in the day, he didn't drink or do drugs or anything.
Yeah, pretty
Apparently, he
much,
liked.
yeah.
I'm gonna assume he put on weight because of the beer. Because apparently he loves the
Right,
beer now.
right.
Scream played with them, and Skeeter was telling me Scream played with them in a brewery, but like a huge brewery in not Philly, because Violent Society was a Philly band, but it was like half an hour outside. And
Right.
he said it was awesome.
Right.
He said it was awesome, and they were awesome. And like, dude, fucking Scream. Did you hear the new Scream record at all?
No, no.
It's good. It's on Bandcamp, DC Special. It's a good record, man. Like those guys they haven't lost a step, which
Right,
is hard
right.
to, you've been doing something for so long, it's hard to not lose a step. Like the only band I
Yeah,
can really
they're
think
one
of
of the
that
absolute originals, man. They're one of the absolute originals. One of my favorite records that Skeeter is on is the No Censorship, you know, the one that he's on and Dave Grohl's on, you know, the Roz Records one. I have that. That's really cool.
yeah. Uh
And Bouncing
I got it.
Babies, like the Maryland comp, like Skeeter's on that more than once, I think. That's fucking kick ass. You know what I mean?
I think it's funny that the Grohl and the Melvins wrote a song about his dick. And he's like pissed about it, dude. I
I
brought it up
would
to him
be
one
too,
time,
man. That's not cool.
and he was like, "Fuck Dave, man, that was fucked up." But I didn't say like, "Man, you did like pawn all their instruments for drug money." Like he kind of owed you one, dude. Like
Yeah, not publishing a song about somebody's dick, man. That ain't right, you know.
they said he had a big dick though in the song.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Who cares? Everybody who gets
Uh,
complimented, you know. Yeah, they don't care about it. It doesn't shine well on them, you know.
no, yeah, well, yeah, you're not incorrect. Yeah, Enoch's awesome though, man, and I love getting the. It was funny. I told him when we were the day of Kent's funeral. We were playing in Richmond that day, so I'm like, everyone else went to the. There was a bar across the street from Kent's funeral. Everyone else went to the bar and they like crashed some other funeral. I don't know. It was they drank a bunch of free beers and shit. But we all had to go.
Right,
And I told Enoch, I was like, dude, I used to bug the shit out of Kent about like old school punk rock stories. I was like, you're gonna get annoyed, dude, but I'm gonna bug you about old school punk rock stories. I was like,
right,
you're my
right,
bridge, you're my bridge to that now. And that's when I got the him choking out Danzig because Danzig called him the N word.
right, 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 right. Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
I mean, it is what it is. I wouldn't. Like I told you earlier, man. I think he's 64. I would not fuck with that dude.
Yeah. When it was Tom's funeral, um, uh, Skeeter, he was alone. Fucking Kent, he was alone. Fucking what's his name? From Lickety Split,
Brian.
he was alone. Yeah, Brian, he was alone. It was like really weird to see these, certain people that they're so different from everybody else too, that they were still alone. And now
Sure,
Kent's passed away, you know what I mean? But they're so different from everybody else that they were alone too. Even in the gathering, they were alone.
that's weird.
Yeah.
I got to Tom's like right at the
Yeah.
end, man, because I was living in Annandale, was like washed out, and Sean VPR and I went, and we got there like right at the very end. That was a crazy day, man, because it was raining so hard.
Oh, dude, I hadn't eaten in like 2 days. I lied to my work, said I stepped on a nail so I could go to the funeral. And then I get there, and I hadn't eaten in 2 days, so I stop at some like Salvadorian or whatever to get like two tacos on the way to the thing. And then
There is a
that
bunch of good
storm
shit down there.
started and all that shit went up. It was nuts, dude.
That storm
That
was nuts
storm
because
was horrible.
I lived off of, or I lived like right off of Gallows, and you had to get there. You had to take Gallows to 236, and 236 was
Yeah.
washed out. So I had to make
Yeah.
like
Yeah, like literally
I
like
had to go
flooded.
like
Yeah.
800 ways around, and like it was Sean VPR was staying in my house at the day, and we got there late, and we felt weird. And I remember it was Skeeter came out and said to me, he was like. He's like, it's raining really hard. He was like, you know what that means when it rains really hard at a funeral? He was like, that means someone's taken care of in the afterlife. And he's super religious.
Yeah.
I am not, but man, it made him like comfortable to say that, and it made him like,
Yeah.
I'm never gonna shit on anyone. I'm never gonna shit on anyone for being religious, but I will shit on someone for being religious if they shit on someone else for their beliefs.
Yeah, man. I don't, I play a different game with proselytizers. Everybody is cool to have their religion and do their thing, but if you want to start, I'll just take the gloves off if you want to start battling straight, because you're
Oh
trying to
no, no, no,
convert
no,
people.
no. So I'm in agreement with you on that. Um,
Just leave them be.
yes, dude. The amount of times I have to stop the either religion or politics talk at the bar. Like 2 days ago, I had to stop there was an argument about abortion, and I was like, you guys both need to shut the fuck up right now. And they were both like, are you not educated
Right.
enough to? They go, are you not educated enough to debate this with me? And I was like, my education level has nothing to do. I was like, look, dude. I was like, you guys are both wasted. I was like, so you think one thing. No one has ever changed anyone's mind, wasted at a bar at 1 in the morning.
Yeah, no shit.
I was like, so you guys either need to both shut the fuck up about this or leave. It's like when you go to vote, man. Like whether you vote or not, Joe. I don't know. Like I do, but I'm a registered independent. But so you
Yeah.
walk into the polling place and there's people trying to hand you shit. Like
Yep.
last time I was like, dude, I was like, if you think you're gonna change my mind right now, you don't even want my vote.
Right now, when I walked here already, I already fucking came up here. Yo.
Yeah, yeah. But hey, this last like 10 feet into the front door, you handed me a piece of paper, and that's I don't know. I guess people
No,
don't care.
my uncle said, he said when he was coming up in West Virginia, they literally were outside with the whiskey bottle. They gave you the shot. They told you vote for the guy, come back out, and I'll give you another. Like literally,
No
that's how they
shit.
did it.
No
Yeah, they just
shit,
gave him a
dude.
shot outside. Vote for the guy, come back, I'll give you another. Tell me you voted for the guy. You don't even have to tell him the truth.
That's
You don't even have to tell him the truth.
no, you don't, because no one will know.
Yep,
No one ever knows who you voted for.
crazy, man.
It is. God damn, I hate our country.
And all the people who say, "Oh, I'm a volunteer. I'm just here to help," and then they stick stickers on you and
No.
shit.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah. It's
or they say like to my wife, because my wife always wants to vote, and she'll wait in line, and they
mm,
say, "I just hope you want to vote the right way or whatever." They'll just put their hand on her or some shit like that, dude. It's disgusting, you know. I just want you to do it the
it,
right way or whatever. Get
there's
out of
no right way to vote, man.
here.
Dude, what was it, 20 some years ago? South Park got it right when they were like, you always got to vote for a giant douche or a turd sandwich.
Right?
Like, it's
Yeah.
scary, right? It's scary. You got to, like, vote for the person that sucks less, but they both fucking suck. They
Yeah,
suck.
I don't have a lot of respect. I mean, they're always making, I mean, think about like election day or whatever. They're like, yeah, they call it at some point at 10:10 or whatever. It was really late last time, but they call it at some point, but they still say, don't forget, if you're serving your country and you're overseas, there's still time for you to cast your ballot. It's like, for what? For
Yeah.
what? You're not counting those things. You know what I
No,
mean? Like, really, does my
no.
one number matter? What are you talking about? You know?
Oh, it's fucked up. We have
You
a
call that shit at 10:10, you definitely didn't count, whatever came in, right?
yeah, yeah. The smartest thing is the electoral college. Because we could count every vote basically in real time nowadays. I'm like, I understand it in 1880 when you couldn't,
Right. Right.
but like, what the fuck? All right, we suck. Let's get back on the music, Joe. We're getting off the free.
Back on the music.
Hey, whatever you want to go, man.
Um,
Dude. I got nothing to do today. I'm wired from work, so it's good
yeah,
catching up with
I
you.
gotta go. I gotta go soon, but yeah, it's nice catching up with you too. Like hitting the music, man. That's funny. Hold on.
It's gonna. I will. I'll get a record out to you, man. I will. Afterwards, text me your address. I'll send one out to you.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. Did you ever get
The
to
mag.
unlock those CDs or whatever I sent you? You need a player or something?
So I no, I have one, but it doesn't read MP3 CDs. So I'll get
Son
something.
of
I'll
a
get it
bitch.
figured out. I'll get it figured out. Like I could probably go on like Amazon and buy a USB one for the computer.
Yeah, I bet you could. I bet you could, man.
And I've actually got a bunch of other CDs that I can't listen to. And I actually just had to replace my record player because the belt stretched, so it was playing everything fast.
Yeah, yeah,
So I
yeah.
got all the guys in the band made fun of me. I got one of the suitcase ones, and they were like, "The
Right.
speakers in that are terrible." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know they're terrible, but I just Bluetooth them to good speakers.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
just
Yeah,
fine.
you can do that. As long as it's got a good driver, it's fine.
It plays the
As
records
long as
at the
it's got a
proper.
good driver.
It plays the records at the proper speed, which is most important.
That's pretty important. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because it
Yeah, the
like
reproduction of sound might not be great over Bluetooth, but anyways, we're not going to fight about that, man. At least you can hear it, right?
well, I also have I got an RCA jack where I could plug it in. I could plug it straight in.
Yep,
Like
yep.
if I really wanted to like nerd out, I could plug it straight in. But I have it across the room, so I Bluetooth it. But I don't I don't think it's a huge difference. It's probably a little bit of a difference, but oh, you got a little fear?
Yeah, the demo, man, the Paradise Sessions.
Oh, I've heard that. It sounds totally different.
Yeah, they're awesome, man. They're awesome back in those early days, right? Pretty cool.
I mean, I thought it was really cool when we all saw him at Black Hat with the Suspects.
For sure, man. With the Suspects and who else played? Shit.
And then we saw him with the Meatmen like 6 months later.
Yeah, that's the one we were supposed to play.
We got dicked on that one.
Yeah, I have this I have it over there. Yeah, the fucking what are they called? Played our spot. The Betty Blue Blowtorch band.
Mm.
Fuck, dude, what are they called?
We were
Shit,
supposed to
man.
play. We were supposed to play "Sick of It All" at the Black Cat too, and they ended up bringing 3 bands down from New York instead of 2, so they didn't put us on that show. Like that would have been awesome.
Who played? Who played? I can't remember New York bands.
Oh, I know it was "Sick of It All" and H2O was the main headliner. I don't know who the other. I don't remember who the other 2 were, but like I get it, dude. They brought their friends down from New York, so they didn't need a. You know what's impossible now though is to be a local band and get an. Back in the day, there was always a local band usually opening all those big shows. That's not a
Yeah.
thing anymore.
Yeah, it
That
used to
is
be
not
pretty
a thing
awesome
anymore.
because yeah, if like all the like traveling like touring bands or whatever, it used to be really awesome because there was no barrier, between you and them. You could speak to them because you were the local band, the opener or whatever, and like everybody was open, and so you could learn a thing or two or whatever. That was
There used
cool.
to always be
Yeah,
a.
I know you can't do that. And like
There
I
used to
said,
always
man,
be a.
now they're stacking shit with fucking, tribute acts more than they are like source acts, and that shit's crazy.
I couldn't imagine being in a tribute act, dude.
Yeah.
I can't imagine like,
You're not
okay, we're gonna play, but we're only gonna play. We're gonna dress up like these guys, look like these guys,
yeah,
and
yeah,
play
yeah.
their songs. Is like that's just weird to me, dude.
We're
That's weird to me.
hey, next week Jack and I were playing our band. It's called What the Cat Dragged In. We'll be playing all your favorite
Yeah,
Poison songs from the first 2 albums only. Okay, it's very specific. We're
you
gonna
guys got
play the
some
East
makeup.
Coast and the West Coast version of
It's like Step Brothers. We're Southern
yeah,
California's preeminent 1980s Billy Joel cover band. And that
that's
lady
right,
yells, play
man.
something. Get that skank hooker out of here. We only play 80s Joel. Hey, you know what you don't want to do is get into a car with Billy Joel. That
Oh no,
motherfucker
man.
got,
Oh, no.
he hit a house. He got so drunk, he hit a fucking house. He hit a house.
Yes, sir,
A
man.
house. Jesus Christ. I mean, whatever. Billy Joel he did good for himself.
Yeah,
But he
yeah,
hit a
yeah, yeah,
house.
yeah. You
He
mean
hit a
Lord
house.
Vader? Lord Vader. He did well.
That guy was a cock though. He apparently like fired his whole band out of nowhere one day. Like he had a band for 20 years. It was like, hey, you guys are all fucking fired. I
Who
got some.
did? Who did?
Billy Joel fired his whole fucking band he had for like 20 years. It was like, I got
He
session
had a
musician.
really good band. He had a really good band. Dude, if
And
you
he got rid
listen
of.
to the orchestration on there's 2 greatest hits albums by Billy Joel, by the way. And if you listen to the
Yeah.
orchestration on these bands, they're awesome. These guys are fucking awesome. You know what I mean? And it's the same Jersey bullshit, by the way. You know what I mean? It's the same ham-fisted ho 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 shit that
Yeah.
Danzig and fucking everybody did in Jersey. But there's a lot
Oh,
of good like tinkering around with the mandolins and shit. So there you
dude,
go.
dude. One more Danzig story I got for you. Um,
Right
this
on.
guy Mattitude, who was our buddy. He was in this band. We met him. We were playing in Atlanta. We met him. He was filling in for a band, Shell Shocked. He was like, my main band's this band called The Shit. Come up. So he booked us a couple shows up in New York with them. His like
Right,
aunt lives in like affluent New Jersey. By the way, Glenn
right,
Danzig did not live in Lodi when he got famous. He lived outside. He had a house there. He had a house in California. So Matt like goes to his
right.
aunt's for it was a holiday, like whatever, Thanksgiving. We'll call it Thanksgiving. And he goes outside to smoke a cigarette, and he's like, "Man, someone is cranking the shit out of the Danzig 2 Lucifuge album." Then he like looks left, and some guy's like doing bench presses in his backyard. And he looks again. He's like, "Wait, Danzig is doing bench presses in his backyard, listening to his own album, and he was shirtless, wearing a pair of like sweatpants material shorts with the Danzig logo on them, doing bench presses in his backyard, listening to his own band."
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah,
That's
man.
fucking like that's like a different level of fucking egomaniac. Like you're listening to like Long Way Back from Hell, fucking just ripping some fucking plates in your backyard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Every time he's like,
Behind your like
yeah.
8,000 square foot house. And Matt was like, "What the fuck?" Matt also did a cross country drive, and he was in Cleveland, and he was like, "I got to stop at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame." And the singer from Creed was just like rolling around
Right.
drunk, like going up to people. So Matt gets a picture with him, and the guy from Creed's like, "Yeah," and Matt's like, "I can actually
Right.
send you that
Right.
picture when we get off of this." But that guy
Yeah,
was the
please
man.
do,
Matt's the
man.
man.
Please do.
He lives in North Carolina now, but yeah, Danzig doing bench presses, listening to Danzig 2. How do you get there?
I'm telling you, man. Every time he was like, yeah, yeah.
When I worked at Glory Days, I worked with this shitty guy, Jeremy. He was like a like terrible white guy rapper, and there was
Yeah.
like twice we went to the bar after work. So we get in his car, and he was listening to his own music.
Mm-mm.
What do you think of this? Um, I
Right.
don't know, man. It's not like I guess it's good. I don't know. This is not like my wheelhouse, but like, can we listen to something else that's not you?
Right. Right.
His song he thought he was gonna get big from was a half reggae, half rap song that he used a fake Jamaican accent on called "White Boy from Jamaica." So
Okay. All
like,
right. Cool.
uh, you can imagine how awesome that was.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely, man. I don't know, man. White rappers. Okay. Whatever. Jesus
White rapper
Christ.
with a fake Jamaican accent, half rapping in a Jamaican accent, half singing off key in a Jamaican accent. What is that?
That's Vanilla Ice, man. That's keeping it real right there. You
Shit.
know. That's hooked.
Vanilla Ice,
Yo, hooked.
I have more respect for him than I did for this Jeremy guy.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, he was doing it. You know.
Who
Anyway,
drives
Jack,
around?
I gotta go. It's
Yeah, me too,
Easter,
man.
and I gotta go
Yes.
show up in a few
Well,
hours. You know,
yeah, buddy. We'll catch up again later.
it's awesome, man. All right, well,
I am gonna
keep
text
me
you
up
though.
to date.
So I'll send you the picture of Matt with Creed, and you got to text me your address, and I'll mail you a record.
Right on. Perfect, man.
All right,
Perfect.
buddy.
Thank
Good
you.
catching up, man.
All right,
Later.
please. All right, thank you, man. Bye.